All rise.
Judge, we're here on the divorce of Miss Janine Hill and Mr. Michael Brian Hill. They were married on October the 11th of 2014, separated back in 2022, and I'm sorry, in 2021. And the parties lived in a residence together, initially owned by Mr. Michael Hill. I would submit to the court that one of the main issues here today is that Mr. Hill maintains that Miss Janine Hill, despite contributions in the marriage to the residence, that she's not entitled to any of the equity from the date of marriage through the date of the divorce. Our position is that she's absolutely entitled to that. We're asking that the court award her equity in the marital residence. We're asking that the court award her a divorce on the basis of adultery and on the basis of inappropriate marital conduct. Court's going to hear not salacious facts, but the court's going to hear some things today regarding Mr. Hill's behavior, specifically during the marriage. He's run over 3 different people. He's run over 3 different people with his vehicle, one of which was Mr. Darrell Lee Grove, and another postal worker, and another municipal worker, I believe. Record's going to show that Mr. Hill has done everything he can to try to have Miss Hill to be found to not be a good person, when in fact he is the one in this case who is guilty of the inappropriate marital conduct. He's tried to have her arrested for removing her personal property from the residence, stating that he bought her jewelry and it's his, not hers. It was an investment. Tried to have her arrested on that basis. He has been physically violent during the marriage. And there are several other things, but we'll get into that. But the main thing here is the division of assets, specifically the equity that's in the residence and the division of the retirements.
All right, Ms. Roberts, you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. I have taken this case over. Mr. Hill had previous counsel. And in my review of the record, Your Honor, and please correct me if I'm making a mistake, but I did not see it in the record that I went through. Ms. Janine Hill filed a complaint for divorce on February 27th of 2023. I'd ask Your Honor to make reference to that.
February 27th, 2023, yes.
Yes, Your Honor. And I don't believe that there's been an amended complaint filed. I couldn't find one.
Not to my knowledge, there was an answer and counter complaint filed by Ms. Hendrickson.
Okay, and a counter complaint. And again, so, Your Honor, in that respect, they have alleged that they have been divorced for 2 years, that they have been separated since 2021. So they have not lived together for in excess of 2 years. Or since 2021 through COVID, the scenario at the beginning of that. So again, Your Honor, all of this stuff that Mrs. Duke has talked about is ancient history. 99% of it is patently untrue. But the fact is that they haven't lived together. Parties need to be declared divorced. We're not disputing the fact that she has done things, had him arrested for false allegations, has broken into the home, stolen his items, done things like that. But the fact is that this divorce was filed in 2023 and they had been separated 2 years prior to that. So any of this situation that they're talking about is again, it's simply showboating. These people need a divorce, and we can spend the court's time on who shot John and who did what to who. But ultimately, Your Honor, these parties need to be divorced. And it comes down to the issue of division of assets. It's our position that they have asked for alimony. Mrs. Hill works and earns a gainful employment. My client does not. He owns a house. He owned it prior to the marriage. They did not commingle their funds. She paid some utilities at some point in time while she lived there, but did not contribute to the mortgage. And she had her entire family move in and live there. Her children, her grandchildren, all resided there, and they trashed this man's home. And again, all that being saying is that these people need divorced. She has no claim to the value, any increase in value, and cannot prove any increase in value direct to her contribution. And as a result, Your Honor, we're simply asking to be awarded the divorce. Each party retain the items that they have, and they go their merry way. They've been separated since 2021, Your Honor. And again, all of the stuff, we can spend all day talking about who did what to who, but there's enough to go around on both sides of these people, Your Honor. So again, it's just our position that all of that is just nonsense and positioning, and it should come down to the issue of simply the division of assets.
Yes, you may.
I might tend to agree with Ms. Roberts if Mr. Hill agreed that maybe it was water under the bridge. It's not, though, because it goes directly to Mr. Hill's credibility. What Ms. Roberts is trying to do is give Your Honor a red herring and prevent this court from determining whether or not Mr. Hill can be believed in this case. Your Honor is going to hear testimony that Mr. Hill denied inappropriate marital conduct, he denied adultery, and then we subpoenaed records, come to find out that he was living with a woman, he was having sexual relationships with that woman, he denied it. Your Honor is going to hear these things simply because he cannot be believed. That is the only purpose. If they want to submit that they agree that he's not a truth teller, then we'll move past it, but that's the importance of it.
Well, as you both know, I don't tell you how to try your case. I will allow you to put on the proof that you feel like is. If there's an objection as to relevance, I'll rule on that. Beyond that, we'll go to 4 or 5 o'clock today, and what we don't finish, we'll come back tomorrow. So the plaintiff may put on your proof.
Judge, I call Mr. Michael.
Michael Brian Hill.
And Mr. Hill, you were married to Miss Janine Hill on October the 11th, 2014, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you two resided together in a home at 104 Skyline Drive in Dixon, Tennessee, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On what day did the two of you separate?
I'm not sure the exact date, but it was in 2021. I would say maybe February, March, I'm thinking.
Okay. Of what year?
2021.
Okay. And you agree with me, sir, you, at the time of the separation, worked for the state of Tennessee Transportation Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what were you earning with them?
I'm not quite, I don't remember. I don't have it in front of me, but I was making, I was paid by the month, so I was probably making about, I'd say close to $2,000 a month.
And sir, you were fired from that job, is that correct?
Yes, I
Okay.
was.
For sleeping on the job, is that correct?
I had fallen asleep on the job, yes.
And you denied knowing why you were fired during your depositions in this case?
Well, not exactly.
Okay, but you did not provide me with the information regarding why you had been fired on the date of your deposition. Do you recall that, sir?
No, I don't, because I don't believe I was ever asked why I was fired.
Okay. But you were fired, is that correct?
Ask and answer. Objection.
Sustained.
You've got a retirement with the Tennessee Transportation Department, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how much is that retirement?
I believe it's right at $1,400 a month.
When did you go to work for them, sir?
7/1 of 1995.
And you concluded work in March of 2022, is that correct? That was your last week?
If memory serves, yes.
And you're currently receiving the $1,400 per month for your retirement. Are you getting any other amounts?
We'll draw Social Security.
And how much is your Social Security?
1,000, I think it's 1,730, $1,730.
Okay, and
You're gonna have
that-
to speak up, Mr. Hill.
$1,730,
You'll pull that microphone base towards you, then you don't have to bend it. There we go.
like so, okay.
Do you have any other forms of income currently?
No, ma'am.
Now, during your deposition, do you recall telling me that you were not having any romantic relations with anyone?
I'm not.
Okay. Do you recall giving me a list of all of your prescription medications?
Yeah, I do believe.
Okay. Do you recall leaving Cialis off of your list of prescribed medications?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay. But you did. You don't recall that?
No, I don't recall.
Okay.
that.
So
Objection,
was
Your Honor,
there,
again, if there's the best evidence determination, if she has a list of the
But what's your basis of your objection?
he said he did not recall, and I'm asking for, and now she is questioning about that, and I'm just saying that the best evidence, if she has it, she can show it to the court. And
I
show
can
that he
present
did
my
leave it
proof
off.
as I want to.
Overruled, I think, she's asking a question, he says he doesn't recall, then, you know, at some point, if she wishes to produce the list, then she can show it to him in contravention or to refresh his memory, and if it's not, then you can, but I don't think that's a basis for an objection. Overruled.
And you recall, sir, that you testified that you were living in a home that only had enough bedrooms for you and your girlfriend and the other party living there. Is that correct?
Objection to the form of, yeah, I withdraw, Your Honor.
Objection withdrawn.
Could you say that again, please?
Sir, where were you living when this was filed?
In my home on 104 Skyline Drive.
Okay. And where were you living subsequent to that? Did you reside in anyone else's home?
Well, yes, I did.
Okay, who did you reside with?
Mr. and Mrs. Keel,
And who else lived there, sir?
Ms. Tammy Walker.
Ms. Tammy Walker. And you and Miss Walker shared a room, is that correct?
Not exactly, no. I
Okay.
slept in the basement.
Okay, not exactly. What does not exactly mean?
Not exactly. I did not share a bedroom with her. I slept in the basement.
And when I asked you during your depositions if there were enough bedrooms in the home, you recall disclosing that there were only enough for 2 parties, not 3.
No, actually, it was a 3-bedroom home, and I slept in the basement. Ms. Walker slept upstairs.
And at this time period, you were taking Cialis, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What was the Cialis used for, sir?
Prostate health and urine flow.
Okay. It wasn't used to assist you with sexual activity?
No.
Is there a reason then, sir, that you did not disclose it when you were asked about it in your deposition?
I may have just forgotten.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go back. In 2014, can you agree with me that your home at the home, the marital residence at 104 Skyline Drive was worth about $99,000?
I'd say give or take, maybe between 90 and 95,000.
And the current market value in 2024 is $302,000. Is that
Objection,
correct?
assuming facts not in evidence.
I can ask him. He can value his own property.
Well,
That's
you're
not the
making a
question.
statement, and you're making a statement and then asking him to agree, and that's where her basis for assuming facts not in evidence. You can rephrase your question, but I'll sustain it as to the form.
Sir, is the value of your property, has it appreciated since 2014?
Yes, it has.
And you took out, you refinanced that residence, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
When did you refinance that residence?
Actually, it was done 22, I believe,
22 before or after you filed for this divorce?
before.
Okay. And how much did the appraisal on the property say it was worth when you took the refinance out at that time?
Objection, hearsay.
I can say, how much did the house appraise for?
Objection, hearsay.
Well, I think that he can testify what he thinks the house is worth and what it was worth, but I think right now you're asking him to repeat a statement that's being made outside of the court to prove the truth of the matter. So it would be hearsay. Sustain the objection.
Your personal knowledge, what was the house worth
I'd say, well,
at the refinance?
think it was, I'd say around 150 to 175,000.
And what are your taxes based on currently in 2024? How much did you pay?
I'm not sure. I don't have that information in front of me, and it's all handled through escrow.
Do you recall being in court the last time we were here? The very last time? Before we set it for today's court date?
Do I recall being here?
Yes. Do you recall announcing to the court that you were gonna have an appraisal done?
No, I don't.
Okay. Did you have an appraisal done, sir?
No, I haven't had any appraisals.
Is there a
done.
reason you haven't had an appraisal done on the property?
I just hadn't thought about it, you know?
Sir, are you living in the property right now?
Yeah, it's my home.
Have you thought about listing the property, sir?
Listing the property?
For sale, sir?
No.
Okay. Have you had anybody offer you any money to purchase the property?
I don't quite know how to answer this. There's people that will call you and send you letters in the mail saying, okay, we'd like to buy your house, but I haven't checked into any of those.
Okay. How much have you been offered for the purchase of your home, sir?
To be honest with you, when I see what it is, I just throw it away.
But you've been offered money for the purchase of your house, correct?
By somebody, I have no idea.
Do you recall how much that was, sir? Yes or no?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I honestly don't.
Sir, are you making a claim today that you're entitled to jewelry that you gifted to your wife during the marriage?
It was never really a gift. It was an investment.
Okay, where'd you purchase that jewelry, sir?
Most of it, well, the majority of it came from Sam's Club. There were pieces that were bought different places, Kohl's. There was a place in Michigan. I picked some up, and I explained to Ms. Hill at that time that this was an investment in case we ever ran across a rainy day.
Okay, so your testimony before this court is that the way that you had investments were that you invested in jewelry?
I invested some money in jewelry, yeah.
Okay. You agree with me, sir, though, that jewelry does not appreciate in value. It generally depreciates.
Yeah, I'm objecting, that calls for an expert testimony. I don't know that she's, Your Honor, I don't know that Ms. Duke has established a foundation as to whether or not he has the ability to know whether it's
Well, the
diamonds.
question
whether
is, she's just simply asking the question, does he agree with her that jewelry does not increase in value, it rather decreases? He can answer that, yes, he does agree, or no, he doesn't agree, but
Well,
overrule the objection.
I don't agree with that because I figured, you know, you buy something, you buy a diamond, and diamonds, I thought, always held their value, so.
So your testimony before this court today is that you did not gift this jewelry to her. It was simply an investment for her to hold on to.
It was an investment for both of us.
Okay. Now, during the time of the marriage, beginning in 2014, you guys sold all of Miss Hill's property that she moved into your residence. Is that correct?
That's not true.
Okay. Is it true, sir, that during your marriage that she paid the light bill, the gas bill, and the electric bill at the residence?
Not the whole time.
But the majority of the time, you can
Not
agree with
even the
that?
majority of the time,
Okay, well,
no.
when did you pay it, sir?
I paid it for about the first 3.5 years, and then her offspring, children started moving in, and I said, hey, look, I'm gonna need some help with this. I was taking care of everything. I made all the house payments, I made all of the utility payments. Basically, she pretty much just made a car payment, was all she did.
Okay, made a car payment on the 2014 Impala, is that
Yes.
correct? She made every payment on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And she bought groceries for the house, is that correct?
Yeah, sometimes I spent a lot of my inheritance money going to Sam's Club, and one other thing I'd like to mention is that when her kids were living there, I made a verbal agreement, verbal contract with both her son and her daughter for $300 a month. I received $200 in 5 years. So I was buying groceries, I was buying, I was taking care of, any of the satellite dish, DirecTV, I took care of that. And then after that, I said, hey, look, could you help me out here? I need some help. So then she started paying for the utilities, and it was basically because her and her kids were living there.
But you agree, sir, that you two were married at the time, is that correct?
Yeah, we were married.
And you were married for 11 years, as of today, you've been married for 11 years, is that correct?
14, 15, 16.
10 years and a couple of months,
Okay, that's better, yes.
okay? And you're telling this court that you don't believe that Ms. Hill is entitled to any portion of the real property that she lived on and contributed to,
I didn't say that.
okay? So tell the court what you think she's entitled to from the real property.
Well, Your Honor, again, I'm going to object in the terms of that calls for a legal conclusion.
He can testify about that.
Restate your question.
I said, tell me what you think Ms. Hill is entitled to from the marital residence.
Overrule the objection. This is basically what he's asking, she's asking him a question of what he thinks the division should be, and I think that's.
Well, again, earlier it was after she has contributed to it, and again, that was, her question earlier had a different tone to it than just
She's
saying-
restated the question, so I'll allow the present form of the question.
So what do I do here?
How much, in your mind, do you think Ms. Hill is entitled to from the marital real property?
Well, after everything was said and done, and I was able to come back to my home, a lot of my personal items were missing. Firearms were missing. Let's see, all of the diamond jewelry was gone. There were different things. Let's see, there was, towels and wash rags and stuff like that, which I didn't have a problem with that. Let's see, what else was gone?
Sir, what is she entitled to
Well,
value-wise
I'd say
from
she's
the marital
probably
real
got
residence?
quite a bit of what she was entitled to start with. There was a lot of diamond jewelry that was bought. I'll give that up right now. As far as the car goes, I'll sign it over to her, because she didn't make every payment on it. She really did. But the damages to my home, that's something we need to discuss here.
Okay, I asked you a question. What do you think she is entitled to, sir?
I think she's already taken enough, to be honest with you.
Okay. So you don't think she's entitled to any of the equity in the marital real property?
Objection to the form of the question. There is no marital real property. It's stated in the complaint that he owned the home prior to the marriage. The question is not whether it's marital property, it's whether she's entitled to any increase to his separate property, Your Honor. And it calls for a legal conclusion if you're calling it marital property. That's a decision Your Honor's gonna have to make.
I've asked him the question 2 different ways. He's not answered it. Your Honor
And I
overruled
think the
her
objection is as
objection.
to your characterization of it as the marital real property. And as both of the lawyers know, and the court is well aware, marital property is that property that was acquired during the marriage, or that was the increase in value of separately owned property that resulted from the contributions of the other party. In this case, it is clear that the property, the real property, was owned by Mr. Hill prior to the marriage. So characterizing that as marital real property is the basis for the objection. I'm going to sustain the objection, just let you rephrase it as the real property.
Well, and I
It really doesn't
prefaced
matter
it with
because-
the equity from the marital, like, I prefaced it with that, but I
Well,
will
I'm the one
fix.
who has to determine what's marital and what's not, and it doesn't matter whether you call it marital real property or real property, but it might be confusing to him, so sustain the objection, rephrase your question.
So you're telling this court that you do not believe that Ms. Hill is entitled to any of the appreciation in the real property located at 104 Skyline Drive from the date of marriage to today's date?
What I'm saying is, I think she's taken enough.
Sir, you can agree with me that she helped paint the house.
No,
She helped install borders at the house on the walls. Her family helped hang lights at the house.
the only thing that I remember that was done was her brother came down, and there were 2 ceiling fans that were replaced in the kitchen. There were no borders put up, anything like that. There was no major construction done to the home.
Okay, and she purchased an above-ground pool.
I bought that.
Oh, so your testimony is you purchased it. Did she help install it?
No, I paid for the installation too.
Who did you do that through, sir?
Some pool company that came to the house. I can't even remember who it was. I know I paid $800 to have it put in.
Subsequent to the filing of the complaint for divorce, you terminated the car insurance, is that correct? On Miss Hill's vehicle, the
No,
Impala?
I did not terminate it.
Sir, when did you cancel the insurance on Miss Hill's vehicle?
After it was wrecked,
Okay. Sir, why then did the insurance not cover the Impala?
she was given, there was a letter. The vehicle was paid for. And by the way, I still don't know where the title to that vehicle is. The title was in my name.
If you
And,
can stick to the question I've asked you, sir.
okay. I changed the coverage on the vehicle to liability. And I think it was underinsured motors or something like that, it was both that.
Okay?
And it was
that
always insured.
Okay. So it was insured, but you changed the coverage after the filing of the divorce, is that correct?
No, it was before that.
Okay, when did you change it, sir?
I can't remember the exact date, but when the vehicle was paid for and I was, just a moment. I was barred from my house. I changed it then, and there was a letter that came from the insurance company addressed to Michael B. Hill and Janine Therese Hill that explained the coverage changes.
And Ms. Hill subsequently hit a deer, is that correct?
I don't know, that's what she says.
Okay, and well, you don't have any reason to doubt that, do you, sir?
I wasn't there, I didn't see it. I cannot deny or actions which I did not witness.
Okay, and subsequent to her hitting the deer, she did not have coverage to take care of replacing her vehicle, did she?
She did not have comprehensive or collision. No, she did not. She had liability. And the vehicle was in my name. She was notified that the insurance coverage had changed. So I don't understand this line of question.
Now, during the marriage, sir, you were arrested for domestic assault, is that correct?
That was another,
It's a yes or no, and then you can explain it.
yeah, but I came in one night, I was angry with one of her daughter, or not her daughter, or one of her daughter's children, and I got a little loud. I never laid a hand on that woman, never, and won't. But she decided in her infinite wisdom to call the police. I was taken and put in jail. Went through the rigmarole of trying to find a place to live and everything else. Stayed in a motel. And then when I was allowed to come home, we patched things up.
You were out of the house for a period of 6 months, is that correct?
The second time that I was arrested for supposedly threatening her with a trash bag, which was dismissed, or was basically was thrown out of court. It was dismissed.
But you were required to be out of the house for 6 months, is that correct?
Yes, the judge felt that it would be in everybody's best interest,
Okay.
I would guess.
And you can agree with me, sir, that you've got anger issues.
No, not really.
During this marriage, you've run over 3 different people, is that correct?
Actually, I've ran into, there were circumstances, and I don't think, yeah, okay. The first one, would you like to hear all of them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the first one, there was a tractor parked in the outgoing lane of Highway 46, I think. And the tractor basically was parked in my lane of traffic, shut off. All right, there was all kinds of different things going on around me, and I looked across, looked over, and about that time I looked up, and there's a tractor there. There was no signage stating that there was mowers or anything like that.
There was a person on that tractor also, was there?
Yeah, I forget what his name was.
Okay. And when did this happen, sir?
Oh, gosh, I can't. I'm gonna say it. I'm not sure the exact date, but it happened, and I don't want to be held to this because I'm not sure exactly when it did happen, but that was the first one. Okay, I was headed out. The second one happened on the same highway down further, and the car was tucked in to the side of the road, okay? And it was a postal worker. And I came around the corner, and due to the foliage and everything that was there, you couldn't see it until you got right up on it. And about that time, I noticed it was there, so it was either take a head-on collision from vehicle oncoming traffic or take the hit, so I took the hit.
So you saw the vehicle there and you hit it.
I had no choice. I slammed on the brakes and tried to maneuver and tried to move around it, and I clipped it.
And what was the last one?
The last one was going to work one day where there was a tractor going down the road, and going from bright light to darkness, shadow. It took my eyes a minute to adjust, and I clipped the back end of this tractor.
And who was on that tractor, sir?
I'm thinking that was Mr. Groves. Now, there is one thing that I need to tell you. The Tennessee Highway Patrol determined that the
That
light,
that is hearsay?
No, it's
Is what
not.
you're gonna say something that they told you or something you read in a report?
this is something that was wrote in the report.
Okay. So after these 3 accidents, did you lose your license?
I believe they suspended my license, but I had already made the decision because I felt very, very badly about what happened. There was liability on both parts. I didn't want to pursue it. I felt really bad for the guy. So I decided to quit driving.
And you turned your license in?
It's still in a suspended state, I believe, but I don't have a driver's license. I have an
Now-
ID.
Now, you still have, located in the marital residence, we're gonna move on just a little bit. You still have, Ms. Hill's father's flag from his casket,
No, I don't.
okay?
Not that I know of. I've got my dad's, but I
you
don't have
that.
hers. You know, I don't have her dad's, and, you know, and if it is there, I'd be glad to return it, you know, I really would, but I don't even know what it's in.
Tell me about the Husqvarna mower. Do you still have it?
Yeah, that was bought with my inheritance money.
You guys bought it during the marriage, is that correct?
I bought it during the marriage, yes.
And she didn't assist with that at all, is your,
No,
So
as a
it's
matter of fact, I had a John Deere Sabre lawn tractor that was in perfect working order, that was given to her daughter at that time.
so you're telling the court today, from what I'm hearing, you purchased everything during the marriage, Miss Hill didn't contribute anything, and she brought her offspring to the house.
I'm not saying that Ms. Hill didn't do anything. The things that you are asking me about, I bought and paid for.
Okay. She cooked dinners in the home, is that correct?
Yeah, every now and again. Mhm.
Just every now and then, she didn't do that nightly?
No, see, Ms. Hill is a dietary manager, or was at the time when, just a moment, please. Was a dietary manager, and she worked in the kitchen all day long. She had told me on several different occasions that she didn't really like to cook because she'd been in the kitchen all day long. And I thought, well, okay. You know, there was always something there. She'd either bring something home, but there was always something there to eat, or I could make my own or whatever. You know, every now and again, she'd throw in a pot of chili or something like that, but primarily her kids ate all of that. But as far as getting up, making breakfast and making dinner and making supper and this, that, or the other thing, that just wasn't something she did.
Kept the house clean?
Sort of, you know, I mean, we both did our parts as far as, you know, the housework and stuff like that. It was kind of a shared responsibility.
Sir, you've got 2 bank accounts, is that correct?
No, I've got one.
Okay, tell me how much is in that bank account.
Right now, I'm gonna say close to maybe $1,900.
You cashed out your annuity, you receive an annuity from an accident you had, is that correct, or you did?
I did.
Okay, and you cashed out that annuity shortly before the filing of the divorce, is that correct?
No, it was before that. I mean, it was when I lost my job with the state of Tennessee because of a medical condition that I have that was causing me to basically fall asleep. And I'm not done with that yet. But I lost my job, so I cashed out my annuity so I'd have enough money to live on.
Okay, and where did that money go to?
Bills and just different things, you know, bills to keep me going until I could, you know, get my Social Security started and my retirement started.
And how much was that cashed out for, sir?
Gosh, I don't know. I'm not sure. I can't remember. I'm going to guess. Now, this is a guess. I would say probably close to, I'd say maybe $15,000.
You agree, sir, that you sold that annuity in March of 2023?
23. No, I don't agree with that because it was before that.
Okay, is there a reason you told me that during deposition?
I don't remember telling you that.
Okay. I'm not gonna argue with you. I've got it in my notes, but is there a reason I would have that in my notes? Do you know why you
Your
would
Honor,
have said
again, I'm
that?
gonna object on how this man would know what Ms. Duke has in her notes.
I'm just asking if there's any reason if he would have used another date or it would have correlated to something else.
Well, obviously, he's not going to be aware of your notes, and therefore it wouldn't be a basis for him to be questioned about what's in your notes. But you can question him about the dates and whether or not there's ever been any contradictory information. Excuse me.
Sir, do you know what happened in March of 2023?
That's pretty, what are you talking about? I mean, that's what happened in March of 2023.
Why did you mention March of 2023 in your deposition, sir?
Your Honor, again, I'm gonna object. He said he didn't mention March of 2023.
He didn't say that. He said he didn't mention it as to what I was asking him about, the cashed
Do you
out
have his
annuity.
deposition?
I don't have a copy of it, no. Just his notes from it.
I think the proper way to question him would be to ask him, did he in fact make that statement in his deposition, and then demonstrate the deposition to him to contradict his testimony if that was in fact the case. So sustain the objection.
Sir, you've kept y'all purchased a dishwasher during the marriage, is that correct?
No, the dishwasher was already there.
Okay. You purchased a washer and dryer, is that correct?
That was before the marriage.
Okay, is the washer and dryer 11 years old? Is that your testimony at least?
Well, when I got back into the house, the washing machine was broken. The support, one of the support, I had Saul's technician come over, said that the main brace that held the drum was broken, and the only way that that could have happened was by overloading the washing machine. So I had to purchase a new washing machine. I had to purchase a water heater because it was damaged. Should I continue?
It's up to you, sir, if you want to testify to it.
Well, sure. I mean, you want to talk about damages to the home. There was the refrigerator. I had to have it repaired. I had to have all of the crisper drawers were broken. The ice maker was broken. The water was leaking inside of it. That was all tore up. Okay. I had documentation where I had that fixed. The washing machine was tore up. I had to buy a new washing machine. The water heater had a leak and was leaking all over the basement floor. I had to fix that. I'd had called the gas company, and the gas company come over and put it in the water heater. The general, there's a hole in the floor, right by the corner of the bathtub and the hardwood floor that I put in. Let's see. There was, I believe it was animal feces all throughout the living room. The area rug in the living room was gone. It was mine before the marriage. The area rug underneath the kitchen table, which was purchased during the marriage, it was gone. There's carvings. It looked like somebody decided they were just going to carve in my kitchen table. One of the chairs was one of the captain's chairs. At the end of it, it was kind of, you could tell it was loose, kind of afraid to sit in that. There was cuts and things like that in the linoleum. See, the carpets basically, somebody had taken in the spare bedroom and dumped a whole bunch of what is that stuff? What am I trying to say? Hand lotion, there we go. Hand lotion all over the floor in there. There was a lot of mold and mildew and everything else growing in the bathroom. All of the toilet seats were pretty much broken. I had to replace those. All of the cushions, one moment, please. All of the cushions on the outside patio set were gone. It looked like something had chewed off one of my shop vacs was missing. The other one looked like, I would say, a dog or some kind of an animal or something chewed off where the cord wraps around it. The cover for the grill was all pretty much shredded and tore up. Trash pretty much left all over outside. My ladder was thrown out in the weather, a little wooden ladder. Garden hoses were cut in two. One of the lawn mowers, I had a push mower. It was, the front wheels wouldn't turn on it. Tools that I had were just thrown out in the dirt and left laying there. And the ceiling fan that I put up in the, it was out on the deck, okay. I put a ceiling fan out on the deck, an outside ceiling fan. One of the fan switch, okay. Fan switch, it was gone, it was pulled out of there. So basically, you know, I mean, the house was pretty much a wreck when I got there.
Sir, your testimony before this court has been that you did not have any sort of relationship with Miss Tammy Keel, is that correct?
Ms. Walker and I have known each other for 30 years. We're friends. Who was her boyfriend?
Yeah.
I don't think she's got a boyfriend. She was married.
Who's Miss Keel talking about?
Objection,
Do you know?
Hold on, we have an objection.
hearsay, and lack of personal knowledge. Who is somebody else talking about in a written document?
First of all, what is this document?
It is a Facebook post that Miss Tammy Keel posted about a boyfriend.
Is Tammy Hill or Miss Tammy Walker? Hill, okay. So she's posted something. That
I'm just asking for identification purposes. If he knows anything about it.
I'll allow it for identification purposes, but it would appear to me to be inadmissible through this witness.
And again, the question is, do you know anything about this post? I don't have an objection to that question. What she asked that I objected to was, who is Tammy talking about? So that was my objection. The question was asked as an inappropriate question, calling for speculation, conjecture, opinion testimony, with lack of foundation.
I'll pick one of those and just say sustain the objection, so.
Has Ms. Keel ever referred to you as her boyfriend?
No.
Has she ever referred to anybody else as her boyfriend that you know? What?
Objection to relevance. What this lady calls somebody is irrelevant, Your Honor. Objection.
Overruled. If he knows, he can answer the question.
I'm sorry, wait a minute. Would you say that again, please? I got caught up in, and I need a magnifying glass to be able to read this because I can't see that well. That's another reason I quit driving.
Keel ever referred to anyone else?
No, not really.
This is the Miss Keel, sir, that you resided with, is that correct?
Well, I resided with her and her parents.
Okay. And Ms. Keel also goes by Ms. Walker, is that correct?
That's her married name.
Judge, if I may approach, I'll get those back from him.
All right.
Sir, do you recall receiving a letter and putting it in your nightstand from Ms. Walker?
Yeah,
Did she confess her love for you in that letter?
I don't know. I can't read it without a magnifying glass, and I can't see it without that, so I can't answer that question.
But sir, you recall receiving that letter right there, is that correct?
Well, no, I'm not gonna say anything right now until I either have this read to me or,
I'll be happy to read it.
yeah, please do.
I'm writing this in hope that you read it. I won't really know if you do or if you just throw it away. I'm just going to lay all my cards on the table, so to speak. I've had a lot going on through my mind since talking to you. When you spoke, I knew it was you. Hearing your voice again gave me butterflies like I'd get whenever I'd talk to you. I don't know what it is, but I've always loved the sound of your voice. Yes, I have thought of you over the years. There's been times I've even missed you. I've always heard that everyone has one person in their life that they never truly get over. I believe for me that person is you. There's a part of my heart that you've always had. I've cared about you for what feels like forever. I cared about you then, still do now, and probably always will. You said that I was good to you and you tried to be good to me, but you made mistakes. Yes, you were good to me, but neither one of us was perfect. I know I made mistakes with you as well. Sir, do you recall this now?
Yeah, I remember something about it, yeah.
Okay. And it goes on, when I learned about Angie, I always wondered what I could have done better or differently. It was the what ifs and why nots going through my head. I felt like a second choice, and you only wanted me because I was convenient. Afterwards, I put up a wall to keep anyone from getting close. I did finally let someone in. I spent pretty much the last year of marriage feeling like I was also a second choice with him. He was always talking to other women and not paying attention to me. I still tried to make it work. If I am to be perfectly honest, my feelings were never as strong for him as they were for you. Hopefully that doesn't make me sound like a horrible person. I told you that I had changed. After that, I did change, not only for myself, but for my peace of mind. I am now more content with my life, and I know I'm more financially stable than ever. I'm working on saving to get started filing for my divorce. I'll be happy to finally bring that chapter of my life to a close. I'm still a work in progress. For the last 5 years, I've worked not only on my life, but my health as well. I've worked pretty hard to get myself to a point I'm at. I'm getting some health issues under control, working on others, and lost some weight. I guess the various health issues are one of the many wonderful effects of getting older. I'm very happy with what I have. As for my personal life, I've had one date in 5 years. I met him on Facebook through mutual friends. That turned out to be a total disaster. He claimed not to be a judgmental person. Turned out he was very judgmental, and my wall went back up after that. I had pretty much decided I had enough. I was so tired of all the games, a little too old to be playing those games now anyways. If you do want to catch up and reconnect, I can't think of anything I'd like more. I hope there hasn't been anything that I've said that makes you hesitate or change your mind. I guess whatever happens from here is up to you. All I can do is let you what I'm thinking and feeling. If I don't hear anything further from you, then I guess that is your answer. It's not the answer I was hoping for, but I accept it. You have my home number and can call me anytime. And this is the Miss Keel and Miss Walker that you moved in with, is that correct?
Well, I asked him if I could stay there because I couldn't afford to put,
Okay, and she seems to be telling you that she cares about you in this letter, is that correct?
well, obviously.
You started a relationship with her shortly after you received this letter in June of 2018, correct?
No, wait a minute. A friendship, a relationship and a friendship are two different things. Back in the day, I can't remember exactly what year it was, but Ms. Walker, Ms. Keel, actually helped me out quite a bit. I went through a bone lengthening procedure when I lost my left leg, and I needed somebody to help me get to and from and things like that. Ms. Walker actually helped me with some of the housework. She helped me get to appointments and things like that. So basically, she is just a really good friend. You know, that's what she is.
And your testimony before this court is that she is not your girlfriend.
She's not my girlfriend, she's my best friend. I mean, you know, see, one of the things that I don't understand about this is what would happen if Ms. Keel was a man? Oh, that would probably be perfectly acceptable. But being that her family, you know, I mean, her mom, her dad, and Ms. Keel is a woman, you know, it's automatically assumed that, oh, they're doing something. Well,
But, sir, you understand you're still married, correct?
yeah,
Okay, and you moved in with her, correct?
I needed a place to live because I was paying a home. I was paying for a home. When I was barred from my home, I was taking care of all of the bills with the exception of the utilities there. And I couldn't afford to go stay in a motel room. So I asked her and her mom and dad, if they would mind if I stayed with them for a while, just so I could get through this crap and then get back to my house.
You just said something interesting.
I
You're
did.
paying for everything at the house with the exception of the utility bills because
At that time.
Ms. Hill was paying those, correct?
Well, yeah, and I told you that earlier because she was paying them the minute her kids started living there and everything else. I said, hey, look, I need some help. So at the time that this happened, that I was barred from my home, yes, she was paying the utilities.
Sir, what marriage is this for you?
What marriage is
Objection
this?
relevance.
What is the
What's that got?
relevance?
Huh?
Hold on just a second. We have an objection.
Judge, his ability to get along with people. That's all it is.
Oh, we'll sustain the objection.
Judge, may I approach?
You may.
Sir, is that a picture of the above-ground pool that was installed at your residence?
Leave it in.
Okay. I knew that is the first mark.
Exhibit 1.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Is this a picture of the bathroom the way Ms. Russell left it when she moved out?
Nope,
Okay, is that a picture of your bathroom?
that's a picture of the bathroom.
Okay. Is this a picture of the sink?
Yes, it is.
Collective markers?
What are you
Exhibit 2.
looking at here?
Sir, is that a picture of the bedroom?
No, that's not the master bedroom.
I didn't say that.
That is a picture of a bedroom.
Is that a picture of the closet in that bedroom?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and that closet doesn't have any clothing in it, does it?
Not that I can tell.
Okay, and that closet, when the two of you resided together in that residence, always had clothing in it, is that right?
That's where her daughter stays. Her clothes were.
Okay, and so. And is that another picture of the shelf pointing off in that bedroom?
That was the, bookcase in there.
Okay, and there were
That bookcase in there.
what is that a picture of?
Yeah, I think it is. It looks like it is. Okay, I'm sorry.
Is that a picture of the living room?
Yes, it is.
Okay, Judge, I'd submit that as the last.
What is that? What may I see it?
Judge, if I may have one moment with my.
You may.
Sorry.
Ms. Roberts, you want to question your client?
Well, if Ms. Duke wants to get her stuff. She still had her things off.
Judge, I forgot to make this an exhibit, but I would move this innocent.
What?
The letter?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Hill, how old are you?
I am 64 years old.
And you and the current Ms. Hill, at the time that you were married, where were you working?
State of Tennessee, Department of Transportation.
And where was she working?
Dixon Health and Rehab.
Do you know how much she was making during the time of your marriage?
No, I didn't. No.
Did y'all commingle your assets and put bank accounts together?
Well, at first, I opened a joint checking account, but when I kept having to cover bad checks and insufficient funds, I closed the joint account.
Who was writing bad checks and insufficient funds?
Mrs. Hill?
Okay. Were you using that account too?
Well, I was the one that was kind of putting some money in there, to cover the bad checks and whatnot.
Well, but again, were you writing checks or using that account?
I don't think so.
Okay. But again, a joint account, did she fund that account? Did she put any money in it?
That I don't remember. I don't think she did, but
But for the most part, you had an account, she had an account. Is that correct?
pretty much, yes.
And you tried to have a joint account, but it didn't work. And so during the course of your marriage, how would did she automatically move into your house? You owned the home before your marriage, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the home at 104 Skyline Drive in Dixon.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall when you purchased that home?
1991.
1991. And at the time that you married, which would have been in 2014, was there an outstanding mortgage on that home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and during the time, had you, up and until you got it, up and until 2014, had you been the sole person paying that mortgage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, at the time that you married, did she ever make a mortgage payment?
No, ma'am.
Did you continue to pay all the routine and customary household bills, the mortgage, the utilities, the insurance, the taxes, everything at the home at the beginning of your marriage?
Yes, I did.
At some point in time, when you married, did she have minor children or adult children?
Adult children.
Okay. And you know what their ages are?
Well, I know her daughter was in, I'd say, just a moment. I'm sorry.
Sorry, after COVID, we can't have a lot of things around.
Oh, that's too bad. I'd say her daughter was in her 30s at least, and her son was in his mid to early 20s.
Okay. So again, they had already graduated high school and were out on their own in 2014 when you married.
Yes.
I'm cross-examining a witness. It's your witness.
Paul is an adverse witness. That means that the rules, that the adverse, under the adverse witness rule, the witness is called by the adverse party, and therefore the person who calls them can cross-examine using leading questions. When you are questioning your client, he is not an adverse witness, and therefore I'm holding that.
She called him in her case in chief, Your Honor.
Understand, but I still think that it doesn't allow you to lead the witness, so sustain the objection.
Were the children in school?
No.
At some point in time after y'all married, what was it in, what y'all married in October of 2014, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long was it before her adult children moved in?
Her son moved in first, him and his, I don't think they were married at that time, they weren't, no, him and his girlfriend, who was the mother of his daughter. Okay. They moved in, I'm gonna say maybe 2016, 2017,
So 2 or 3 years after the marriage.
give or take, yeah.
And how long did, and so he moved in, another adult woman moved in, and a child?
Well, he moved in, his girlfriend, wife, well, she wasn't his wife at the time, but his girlfriend, and then their eldest daughter.
Okay. And how much did they start paying toward, and at that point in time, who was paying the mortgage, the utilities, all of that?
I was.
Did they contribute anything?
Well, I asked him about it and I got a sob story, so I was like, oh, okay, here
Well,
we go.
again, did they contribute anything?
Not really, no.
Okay. Did you get a rent payment, or did they pay they pay any type of the utilities?
No, did not.
And what is this person's name?
Uh,
Her son's name?
well, he goes by, well, her son's name is John Russell, but he goes by John Boy.
Okay. And John Boy paid you nothing? Do you know whether or not he paid his mother anything? Did she ever disclose that she was getting money from him?
No, I don't know him.
At what time did her daughter move in?
Oh, gosh. I'm gonna say it was maybe a month later, maybe in that same general time frame, I'd say. And she moved in with her 2 kids.
Okay. So describe this home for me. A 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom?
Well, it was a 3-bedroom home, full basement. And basically, it was kind of supposed to be a temporary thing.
And how long was temporary?
Well, I'd say 6 months, you know.
Now, how long did they stay?
5.5, 6 years.
And during that period of time, how much money did they give you for you providing a room and board for them?
$200.
Did they contribute to the groceries?
Well, they would buy their own groceries sometimes, but I was taking care of most of the groceries at that time. I mean, one case in point, I went out and I bought a chub pack of hamburger, and I went to get it, and they had turned it around to where it looked like it was full, and I looked at the back side of it, and it was about half of it was about gone, and I thought, well, there we go.
So again, you had one refrigerator,
Yes,
and whatever was in there, people took on their own.
pretty much, yeah.
And at that point in time, did Ms. Hill ever contribute or pay anything towards the mortgage or the taxes or insurance?
Mortgage, no. Taxes, no.
Were there any major renovations done to your home?
Not really, no.
Well, again, what does not really mean?
Okay, what is a major renovation?
I'm asking, let's take the word major. Were there renovations done to your home?
No,
Did you add a garage?
no,
Did you put in hardwood floors?
no,
Did you redo a bathroom or a kitchen?
no,
But you got a outside kind of blow-up pool?
Yeah, the swimming pool, yes.
Above ground swimming pool.
yes,
And who paid for that?
I did.
Did everybody use it?
Yes,
Is it still there?
yeah, sure is.
Still functional?
Well, I don't know. No, I'd say no for right now. I didn't really have a whole lot to do with that.
Did you use it last summer?
No,
Again, it's a kind of vinyl, as the pictures show, a vinyl lining with a attached pump. Is that correct?
yes, ma'am.
Was there any type of decking or anything attached to it?
No, ma'am.
So
There was
just
a ladder.
Flatten a spot in your yard and put it out there. What did you do?
Sustained.
I'll rephrase it. How did the pool get installed?
I called a company, they came out and they kind of leveled it off and put the pool in.
Now, do you agree that there's been market-driven increases just because of what you had when you bought your house, what the value was in 2014 and what the value there? Do you believe those are all market-driven increases?
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled.
Now, the divorce was filed and y'all separated 2 years before the divorce was filed. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of, why did it take 2 years for the divorce to be filed? Why didn't you file before?
Why didn't I file? I was kind of wondering if things maybe would work out again. I really was. But
Were you arrested, did she claim twice that you had committed assault against her? Were you arrested twice?
yes, I was.
And was it based on allegations that she had raised?
Yes.
Okay, and were those both dismissed?
One of them was dropped. The second one was dismissed.
And again, you did plead guilty to a charge, didn't you?
Uh,
Interference with 911.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Tell me about that.
Well, we were standing there and I grabbed her purse. And I said, please don't do this please don't do this to me, please. And then I let go of her purse. And that was interference with a 911 call, I guess. And she,
And when was that?
that was, I think that was in well, let's see,
Before y'all separated, after you separated?
before.
So prior to 2021?
Yeah, because I came back 6 months after all of that and everybody was gone and the
And
house
again,
was
you had an attorney during that period of time?
Yes, I did,
Okay.
yes.
And how many times did the case get continued in General Sessions Court?
I don't think it got continued.
Well, again, the 6 months from the time you were arrested to the time that you did, did you plead guilty and there be a no contact order during that 6 months?
Yes, there was 6 months of no contact.
Okay. And then after that was done, you went back to the home
Yes.
and y'all lived together?
No, they were gone after the 6 months that I was barred from the home. I came back to the home and they were gone. Everybody,
Who was gone?
okay.
So
Ms.
in
Hill?
2020, we're talking about you think that these charges were in 2020, is that correct?
Just a moment, please. Yes. Either 2020 or 2021, I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. But during the time that you were out of your home,
Right,
who continued to pay the mortgage payment?
I did.
Was there ever a court order or anything requiring you to do it?
No,
But the mortgage was in your name and you paid it?
yes, ma'am.
At any point in time, did you discover or find out, even during this divorce, that she also made payments because two of her adult children, a daughter-in-law, and how many kids? Three of her grandkids?
4,
4 grandkids were all living in your home
yes, ma'am.
that you were providing to them by paying for it. Who was paying for it?
I was paying for it, with the exception of the
Sustained
utilities at that
sustained
time.
as to leading, overruled as to ask and answer.
Did any of those people ever pay you anything after the time that you were forced to leave the home?
No, they did not.
And then you got back in the home when?
I think it was either February or March of 21, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, and then the divorce being filed 2 years after that, February of 23.
I believe so.
So from 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and now that we're here in January of 2025, for that time, has this woman contributed anything to that home? Payment?
No,
And prior, when you were out of the home during that period of time, she contributed nothing other than paying for the utilities that she and her children, her grandchildren, and her in-law, and her,
Sustained.
did she pay anything or they pay anything?
they didn't pay anything, and all she did was pay for the utilities.
Okay.
I took care of everything else.
And during that period of time, did you also maintain automobile insurance on her vehicle?
Yes, I did.
There was, and again, prior to 2023, there was no order saying that you had to do that, did they?
No, there was no order at all.
So in 2021, 2022, 2023, Did you maintain automobile insurance on her vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Are you currently still maintaining automobile insurance on her vehicle?
No, I'm not.
When did you stop providing insurance on her vehicle?
When the vehicle was wrecked.
Okay. But prior to that, you did.
Yes, I did.
Did she pay you any of that money back?
No.
Ms. Duke was asking you about, and again, I don't mean to tell you, but you have a pretty bad driving history, don't you?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. She was talking about automobile accidents that you were involved in. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The automobile accident wherein you hit something, was that back in April of 2020?
The tractor, I believe, was in April of 2020, yes.
And you had insurance, were you sued?
Yeah, they got money out of my insurance
The
company.
insurance company paid, is that correct? And you had another accident,
Yeah, insurance company paid.
and shortly after that, did you have another accident? You had one in April of 2020, did you have another one in May of 2020?
I had 3 accidents, and like I said, one of them was the tractor that was parked in the middle of the road. The second one was the postal worker, and the third one was Mr. Groves, I think.
Okay, and then that would have been in September of 2021,
Yeah, that was the
is that
last
correct?
one. Mr. Groves was the last one, yes.
Okay. And you had insurance, and to your knowledge, did your insurance company settle with all those people?
My insurance company settled with all
Okay.
of them.
And none of those happened, and again, she didn't file a divorce and why it was relevant, but you did all this in 2020 and 2021, right?
Objection to the,
Your Honor, I'm not,
she's putting testimony into the record.
and again,
By her statements, and then asking him
She-
to agree with it.
Your Honor, with all due respect, she called my client. She did not ask for the adverse witness rule. I did not, and again, I know understandably, it was what it was. But again, these are foundational questions, and again, I will rephrase. Do you know when you did these wrecks?
Number one, I'm going to overrule the objection because I don't think it's being introduced, statements being introduced to you. Was it objection to leading or objection to hearsay?
Leading.
Don't leave the witness.
Do you know when you had these wrecks?
Without a piece of paper in front of me, I don't know the exact dates.
What did your wife say when you had these wrecks?
What did my wife say when I had
Yeah.
those wrecks? Not really much of anything that I can remember.
Well, you've been questioned about these. Did your wife come in and say, "Oh my God, you're a terrible human being for hurting these people and I want a divorce"?
No, that was never said.
Did she gripe about it?
She was concerned about it.
Concerned about it? Okay. So when you went back to the home, you refinanced your home after y'all's separation date, is that correct?
Yes,
For what purpose did you refinance your home?
to consolidate more debt.
What debt?
Well, I had a car payment and some other things. I can't remember everything. But there is something about that I need to say right now. I made a mistake on the first application that I sent in. I got a hold of the people and I got another application with an amended, corrected, everything above board. The gentleman that was doing this left the company. I then, 3 weeks later, got a phone call from another individual saying that I'd been approved and that what did I want to do? So that's exactly what happened.
Mr. Hill, you lost your job
Yes.
when?
I was either 2020 or 2021. I can't remember exactly when it
Okay.
was.
You lost your job, and so your income, did your income significantly decrease?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
There were 2 claims of domestic abuse that were dismissed against you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There was an order of protection that was taken out that you had a hearing on, or was there an order of protection taken out?
But there was,
Was there an order of protection taken out?
Yes,
Yes or no? Yes or no?
yes, ma'am.
Did you have a hearing in front of the judge?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the judge do?
He declined the order of protection.
It was dismissed, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
During that course of the time, were you displaced from your home?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have to expend money to maintain that home?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anybody living in that home contribute money to help maintain that home?
I believe it's been established that no one contributed anything, so I find that to be a fact, at least
In
based on
fact,
his testimony.
did you experience financial, did you have to live somewhere else?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have to pay that individual to live there?
Yes, ma'am.
How much did you pay that individual to have to live there?
About 500 a month.
Did you experience financial problems because of the situation that you found yourself in?
It was tight, yes.
As a result of that, what did you have to do? Refinance your home?
Yes.
Did you in fact refinance your home?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you get money?
Yes, I did.
Did you increase the amount of the debt that was owed on the home?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
How much did you increase the amount of the debt that was owed on your home, sir?
I believe it was right at about 50,000
So
after everything.
you had to borrow an additional $50,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that that reduced your equity by 50,000? Had to pay that off then, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
If you sold it. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that incurred during your marriage.
Yes, ma'am.
Did your wife, who you were married to, is responsible for your necessities, attempt to assist you in any way during this separation?
No, ma'am.
After you went back into the home and she left the home, for the 2 years from 2021, when you went back into the home to 2023, did she assist you any way?
No, ma'am.
Do you know, did she still work at I think she works at a nursing home, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
To your knowledge, did she have income?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she have health insurance available for herself?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know, did she cover herself on her health insurance during the course of y'all's marriage?
I would assume.
When you lost your job, did she offer to provide you health insurance?
No, ma'am. She told me she could not afford to do that.
Okay. And was this during the time that she was supporting her adult kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Did her adult kids work?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what they did with their money?
No, ma'am.
When you lost your job, did you have health insurance?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you get health insurance at the time you lost your job?
Well, I had it up until I lost my job.
When you lost your job, after that, it was an inartful question. After you lost your job, did you lose your health insurance coverage?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go for a period of time without health insurance?
Yes, ma'am.
How long a period of time did you go without health insurance?
I'd say maybe 6, 8 months in that.
Why were you not able to go get health insurance?
Couldn't afford it.
Okay. You were out of the home or in the home at this time?
I was in the home.
Okay. Did she provide you any financial support?
No, ma'am.
Offer to put you on her insurance at that point in time?
No, ma'am.
How old were you when you lost your job? How old are you now?
I'm 64.
64, and you lost your job 3 years ago?
I was 61, 62.
Okay. So at some point, did you apply and get Social Security?
Yes, I did.
And is that the type of health insurance you have Medicare now?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. Tell me about your health, sir.
Tell me about my health. Well,
You talked about have you lost a limb?
yes, ma'am, I have. I'm an above-knee amputee.
And when did you lose your limb?
7/11 of 1995.
1995. And what was the result of what caused you to lose your limb?
I was ran over by a road tractor trailer.
Okay. And do you have any other health conditions?
Yeah, right now I'm fighting bronchitis, trying to get over that. I have some stomach issues. I've got appointments scheduled for scopes. I have sciatica in my back from being an amputee. I have a knee that needs attention, the only natural knee that I have. And my hand, this hand, I've got some things wrong with my hand that I'm going to have addressed.
Do you know, is your wife continuing to work?
As far as I know, yes.
How old is she?
She's my age, 64.
Okay. Still working, to your knowledge, the same place she was working at?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And according to her interrogatory, she makes decent money, doesn't she?
Yes, she does.
Has she offered you any financial support?
No, ma'am.
Now, have you asked for any?
No. I have not.
When you got back into the home, what was the state of repair of your home?
There were a lot of things that needed attention.
Was it clean?
No.
Tell me about the basement.
Basement was kind of cluttered. There was a lot of stuff that was taken out of there, totes and things like that. It was just kind of cluttered. I had left furniture behind. Well, I pulled 41 30-gallon contractor bags full of trash out of that house, mostly out of the basement. And just filthy.
What about the cleanliness?
Just filthy. It really was. I had, back when I settled with the trucking company, I had bought me a nice TV set, stereo equipment. It was kind of strode all over. There's pieces that I'm going to have repaired that were broken. The TV set, they had let the animals crawl all over that, tear all of that up. I had glass candy dishes and things like that that were broken, glass laying all over the floor. There were food, lunch meat, like an Oscar Mayer container that you got lunch meat in. It was thrown downstairs in the basement. There was things spilled all over the place. I spent a good, I'd say a good month just cleaning things up and trying to get it put back in the shape that it was before, like it was before, and I'm still working on
The
it.
photographs that were introduced into evidence, did that anyway depict the condition of the home at the time that you got possession back?
No, it didn't.
Your Honor, I reserve the right to recall him in our case in chief.
All
This
right.
is just in the,
I'll allow you that. Do you have any redirect?
Sir, you agree that you testified a few minutes ago that you moved back into the home in February of 2021, correct? And you didn't take pictures of that home until April of 2022, did you?
No, they were taken pretty much the same day that I moved back in, so.
So
The
if the
date-
date of the picture says April of 2022, you didn't move back in until April of
objection, assuming facts
2022?
not in evidence.
Dane, you'd have to demonstrate the photos to him to determine that.
Sir, do you recall the date that you took the photos?
No, but see, let me explain something, okay? The date that I got to go back to the house, there's the date that all the photos were taken. The majority of them were taken those 2 days. So if I was incorrect on what day I came back to the house, then I apologize. But the photos that were taken that Ms. Roberts has was the date that I got back into the house, because I started snapping pictures when I got in there.
And the house was in such a disarray that you didn't contact the sheriff's department or the police to report vandalism to the home?
I believe I did. I contacted the police about the items that were stolen, and I didn't have serial numbers on the firearms at that time.
Okay. And you were in such financial dire straits that you were still spending about $8,000 a month from your checking account.
I don't understand that one. I was working, when I got back into my home, I was still at work.
Okay, and you were still receiving annuity payments, correct?
I'm not sure. If I had my bank statement in front of me, I could probably tell you.
How much were your annuity payments every month?
$850.
Can you explain why some of the bank statements show that you were receiving $1,000 at a time?
And again, Your Honor, assuming facts not in evidence.
Well, as to the way that the question is phrased, I would just sustain, because there's been no evidence that that actually was the case.
Sir, you don't recall when you were getting your annuity payments or when they stopped?
No, not right offhand, but I did send, the other attorney that I had that information
Okay, and
when I sold it.
during this time period, you were purchasing lots of guns and lots of ammo, is that correct?
I bought a few weapons, yes.
Okay, a few. You had purchases at the Mag Shack. What is that, sir?
Magazines. Excuse me. They are purchases with the Mag Shack or magazines for a firearm.
Okay, and so repeat purchases in, let me find the dates.
Ms. Duke, again, just what time period are you questioning about?
I was pulling the dates off this right now. There it is. Let me give Ms. Roberts this to review. In January of 2023, are you stating to the court that you were in dire straits at that time?
January of 2023. I think everything was moving along pretty smooth then.
Do you recall receiving a lump sum into your account at that time?
Not without a point of reference.
I don't mind the Judge, may I stand next to him?
You may.
Do you recall a wire transfer coming into your account in the amount of $22,404?
That may have been when the house was refinanced.
Judge, if he could use the mic.
That may have been when the house was refinanced. That's
Is
all.
that after the filing of the divorce or
Before.
okay? And do you recall receiving a $10,000 payment into your account for money?
No, I don't. Not on that one.
Okay, is this your account, sir? Is that your name?
May my attorney come up here? I cannot see this without a magnifying glass.
I don't have any of my reading
I
glasses.
need to be able to see this with,
Well, with the court's permission, I don't mind.
that's what's wrong with my eyes. I've also got cataracts now.
Speak into the microphone, please.
I've also got cataracts now, so it's kind of hard for me to see. And I didn't bring my glass with me.
You have much more you're going to question him about? Well, I was just going to say, if he needs to review it over lunch, we can take our lunch recess now, but
That's fine. I don't have a problem.
it appears he needs to be able to review whatever it is you're showing him. So why don't we take our lunch recess? Ms. Roberts, you had asked me for some, Mr. Hill, you can start making your way back. We're going to break for lunch at the moment.
Mr. Hill, come on.
Ms. Duke, I believe you are still cross-examining.
Yes, Judge, hopefully I can be quick on this. Famous last words. Sir, you're not telling this court that you're destitute or unable to pay all of your expenses, correct?
I can pay my expenses.
Okay. And even when you were out of the home, you were capable of paying your expenses, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you're not asking the court to try to take away equity from the home or something like that to reimburse you for expenses for your rent?
Could you say that again, please?
Sure. You're not asking this court to try to give you additional equity out of the real property, offset what potentially Ms. Hill is entitled to because you had to pay rent somewhere for that period of time.
No, I guess not. No.
Okay. Did you pay cash for rent?
Yes.
Okay, where did you get the cash from? Because I've looked through your bank statements and I don't see it coming out. Did you get cash from somewhere else?
Yeah. Yeah,
I
I'm
don't have
sorry.
any problem being patient. That's fine.
We'll be patient.
Sir, where did the cash come from to pay your rent?
Out of my checking account.
Okay, and so that would be reflective on your Life Green checking account through Regions?
It should have been, yeah.
Okay. How many times did you pay that rent?
Well, let's see. A few times.
Just a few, is twice a few or is three times? a
Let's
few?
say three or four times.
And you agree with me, sir, that while you've still been married to Ms. Hill, that you've purchased a significant number of guns at the sportsman store?
Yes.
Okay, how many guns do you think you've acquired during the marriage?
Maybe 10 or so.
Okay. And how much on average are you spending at the Mag Shack and the different places that you're getting ammo for those guns?
Hardly anything anymore.
Okay, when was the last time you made a purchase like that?
I bought some ammunition. It was around Christmas time, maybe,
Did you purchase that for someone else or for yourself?
for myself.
Okay. Judge, may I approach?
You may.
This is the
It'd probably help if there was a name on it.
right up here, sir.
Oh, sorry. It's mine.
Okay. Do you see I'm going to go through it with you, so if you want to pick that up, you can use it. January the 14th of 2023 through February the 10th. I'm sorry, my eyes aren't playing tricks on me too. You see where in that month you had $34,152 come into that account?
Yes, I see that. Yes, I see that.
Okay. You can agree, sir, that 10,000 of that was from the settlement on your annuity, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you can agree with me, sir, that 22,000 came into that account on the 31st day of January, some 1 month prior to the filing of this complaint for divorce, from refinancing the home, is that correct?
yes.
Okay. And what did you do, sir, with that $22,000?
I paid bills.
What else did you do?
Let's see, I paid bills, did some home improvements, bought some, I bought a firearm or two.
Fair to say that the Sportsman's Store is listed, three times on this bank statement?
Yeah. Yes,
Would that have been the purchase of three different firearms?
yes, it would have been.
Okay. And is the Sportsman's Store where you generally purchase?
Yes, I think it's the best place in town.
Okay. Tend to agree with you on that, sir. So, did you make multiple purchases to Amazon in this month also? I represent to you that this is an Amazon purchase. This whole list right here is Amazon.
Well, it says Amazon on it, so I did.
You can agree with me that there are quite a few purchases from Amazon.
Yes.
What were you purchasing from Amazon at the time, sir?
Well, let's see. I got some paint. No, yeah, wait a minute.
From Amazon?
Tools. Yeah, well, let me explain. Tools to work on the house with. There were an edge tool. When you're painting something, you don't want to get it on the wall or something like that. I got edge tools. I got a brush tool to clean the mold and mildew off. I got just different things.
What did you purchase those things at Amazon? Not the $1,000 you spent at Lowe's?
$1,000 I spent at Lowe's. I can explain that too. That was also for, it was toilet seats and different things like that for the home.
So these Amazon purchases, those also?
Some of them, yeah.
Store here on the front, would that have also been a firearm? Would that have been 4 firearms during that month?
Probably, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And so your testimony before this court today is that you made February the 14th of 2023.
Yeah, they don't lie.
And to your knowledge, you've only purchased 10.
Pretty much, yeah. Yes.
Why did you purchase 4 at one time?
Well, I got to, well, wait a second. Okay, that would have been, right, okay. I like firearms. I was making sure that this time that my initial goal is to become a gunsmith. That's what I would really like to do in my part-time after all this is all said and done with here. And there were some really good deals on firearms, and I know that if you buy a firearm, it's registered to me, everything's perfectly legal. I could turn around and sell that firearm if I had to and make a good profit off of it.
Is there a reason that you didn't make a disclosure of all those firearms in your discovery?
Not really. I don't think I was asked, was I? If I bought any guns or anything.
It asked about your property that you're looking to be awarded to you. Did you?
Okay, I must have misunderstood. I thought, if a firearm's registered to me, then that's my firearm.
Okay. How much are all the firearms that you've acquired during the marriage worth?
Well, I don't know, and the reason I don't know is that I don't have a digest or a book that would tell me what this firearm used would bring. So, I mean, I could say safely, just, and this is a rough guesstimation, I'd say maybe about 10 grand. Maybe.
Is there anybody else on your AT&T bill? Anybody else you're supporting on that bill?
Ms. Walker's phone is on my AT&T bill.
So you're paying for her phone also?
Well, yeah, okay, yes.
And you can agree with me, sir, I'm gonna approach you.
You may.
You can agree with me, sir, that on $1.69.
Yes.
Okay, and then on February the 7th, you made a payment of $1,069.34.
Yeah, I had to clean up some mess. Well, when everything with phones and this, that, or the other thing, I had an outstanding balance. So I went ahead and I just used the money from my annuity and everything else that I'd gotten, and I paid everything off to get above board.
Then you made another payment to AT&T on
No, not right offhand, but I'm
Sure.
pretty sure what that is, though, is the phone bill.
Okay, and then there's one more payment for $290.27 on the phone bill.
Yeah, that'd be a phone bill.
Okay, so you spent roughly $2,000 with AT&T in the month.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be about right, yeah.
Did you purchase a phone from Ms. Walker with that?
She paid me back for it, but yeah, I put her on my plan because it was cheaper.
Okay, did you have record
No,
of your account?
no, it didn't.
How'd she pay you back?
Cash.
So you expect this court to believe that you weren't
I don't understand because, you know, I helped a friend out with a telephone, but that means I'm supporting her?
Judge, I was
What are we up to?
Judge, if I may approach you.
May?
March the 16th of 2023. And tell me if that's your account statement you provided my office.
Well, it says Michael B. Hill on it.
So it's yours. If
Well,
if
you
it
know.
looks like a duck and talks like a duck, all right?
I was just trying to find the account number.
Do you have any other accounts?
This one.
Okay. All right. We cleared that up, I think, in an
I
earlier
think
question.
we got that straight.
Now, on here, sir, I found where you made other purchases at the Sportsman store again. says Sportsman's Outdoor.
Yep, well, just a minute. I'm trying to see the amount.
I can tell you that. Do it like this, so you can look at it yourself. $93.22. What would that have been a purchase for, sir?
$93.22.
Yes, sir.
May have been ammunition.
May have been ammunition.
May have been ammunition. It may have been, well, firearms, it might have been magazines. It may have been, it had to do with firearms, but, you know, I can't specifically say what that $93 was.
Okay. On the same date, sir, it shows that you made a purchase of ammo at ammo.com for $496.50. Which gun were you purchasing that ammo for?
I'm not sure. It may have been one of the rifles.
Okay. On 2/17, what is Taurus International?
Taurus International,
Or
that is,
internal?
Taurus International, that is a firearm company.
That's what I thought. What would you have
Taurus.
spent $100 on?
See, let me think. Maybe an upgrade to the firearm.
Okay. And that was on 2/21, and then on 2/21 again, you made another purchase for $126 at Bud's Gun Shop. What was there?
$126. Magazines, I think that's what that was, just, you know, magazines.
I'm seeing quite a bit of MidwayUSA.com. Is that also gun related?
Sort of, yeah, I mean,
What were you
Midway.
purchasing from there for $150?
$150. I honestly don't remember, but Midway, I can explain to you what it is, but I can't remember the exact purchase.
That's okay. Is it gun related what you were purchasing?
Well, it could have been.
Okay.
It could have been gun related, it could have been sportsman related, it could have been parts related, it could have been, but it is in the, how do I put this? In the realm of firearm, sporting goods, bow and arrow, you know, stuff like that.
And then the Mag Shack for $69.97, that would be ammo or a magazine?
It could have been a magazine. They do sell, well, Mag Shack sells magazines, ammunition, let's see. More than likely, it may have been a magazine or some magazines,
Okay.
the firearms.
On this same date where you're making all of these purchases, you went to Main Court, and I would presume that you did not spend $41 on yourself at Main Court to eat.
Main Court.
Main Court, did you eat at Main Court here in Dixon on the 21st day of February?
I don't recall that.
Have you taken Miss Walker to dinner before?
On occasion,
Okay.
maybe once.
Could this have been where you took her to dinner and spent $41 on the food you eat?
Ma'am, I can't remember the last time I was in Main Court.
Okay.
Now, I have had problems at times and have had to have my account disputed for charges that were not mine.
Okay, so, but if there are no chargebacks on this account, if you had disputed it, would it have come back to your account?
Well, I don't, it would have probably went back in, but that's usually how it works,
Okay.
isn't it?
I can't answer your question.
Well, you know what I'm saying, though. I mean, if you dispute a charge 9 times out of 10, I've been to the Mexican restaurant several times, Mazatlan, here in Dixon, and I've had several times where I've had to get the bank to reimburse me.
But you don't recall doing a chargeback with me before?
To be honest with you, can't remember the last time I ate at Main Court.
Okay. The Sportsman store here on 221, you also spent another $102. Would that have been on a firearm?
No, that's not enough for a firearm, but that maybe magazine or ammunition.
All right, and then the next day on 222, you spent $338.04 on, I would assume, a firearm. For
Okay.
that
Now,
amount.
that probably was a firearm,
Okay.
yeah, either that or ammunition in bulk.
And then on the next day, on February the 23rd, you spent $769
Where's
at
this
the
at?
Sportsman store. It's right here, sir.
Okay. That was probably a firearm, that was probably a rifle,
So we're up to, I think, 7 firearms. Is that accurate?
give or take, yes, ma'am.
Or what is outdoor limited? Do you recall what you purchased there? $107?
Outdoor limited, it may have been ammunition.
Would you have spent that much on ammunition?
Well, depending on the ammunition, it's, let me put it to you like this. The best way to explain this is you can go to the Sportsman store here in Dixon, for instance. Okay, they've got a box of shells for $25, for instance. Okay, I can buy the same box of shells online cheaper than have it shipped. So that's probably what that is.
But you were still making some ammo purchases.
I've made a couple there.
Mark it as the next exhibit in order. You may.
That's all right. eBay.
Okay, this is March the 17th, 2023. 13th of 2023.
Not right offhand.
That's okay. Free, sir, that there are more Sportsman store purchases on here for $49.11 on 327.
No, I don't.
And then another on 327, another mean pork purchase for $26.32. That'd have been more than one person.
How much was it again?
$26.32.
I don't remember that either. Because like I said, I mean, I don't eat Chinese often.
Not just ammo purchase for $224.
Yeah, no, that is ammo,
Okay,
not just ammo.
Sportsman store purchase for $88.
It may have been firearm related.
Okay, what would you have gotten at the Mag Shack for
Magazines probably, and or ammunition, or both.
$200? What's Palmetto Slate?
Oh, Palmetto?
Palmetto.
Oh, Palmetto is a armory. It's in, where is it? Palmetto State Armory. I can't remember what state it's in, but Palmetto is another place that deals in firearms, parts, and whatnots.
Do you agree with me that you made multiple purchases from there?
Yeah, they're a good place.
Have you been on any trips since you separated from your wife?
No,
Okay. Did you make a South
That's what I'm getting at. There was a Southwest purchase that I had to get with the bank, and somebody got a hold of my number. Somebody got a hold of my credit card. Well, it's been the Mexican restaurant too. I mean, it was also Southwest.
And it doesn't look like you were reimbursed on your April 14th.
I believe they did, because
You know what? You're right. On May the 12th, they did. I see that correction right here. So the 397 was the correction for the Southwest.
yeah.
Okay. Are you still purchasing firearms?
I haven't in a while.
When was the last time you purchased one?
I'm going to guesstimate it's probably been a year or so.
Okay, because you agree with me, sir, that there for a minute, you were purchasing quite a few every month.
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Well, or parts related.
I think I'm just about done, Judge. Said earlier that there was animal feces at the house. Is that correct?
Yeah.
The only animals in the house, though, were it was a cat that belonged to you. Is that correct?
Not in this. No, there was another cat there. Well, there was, let's see. There's 3 cats.
Okay, what are their names?
Susie passed away. She's gone. And I'm
Sorry for that.
pretty sure that was the one that did this. And then Jake and Elwood.
Okay, and Susie was your cat, is that correct?
No, actually, that was Janine's cat.
Redirect? You reserve? All right, thank you, Mr. Hill. You may step down and have a seat by your lawyer.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Miss Walker. I met you out in the hallway earlier, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you would, please just state your full name for the record.
Tammy Renee Walker.
Okay, and Miss Walker, what is your relation to Mr. Hill sitting here in the courtroom?
I've known him for about 37 years now. I met him when he worked at Mike Jones' car dealership detailing cars.
Okay, and do you have an intimate relationship with him, ma'am?
No, I don't.
Okay, that's your testimony under oath before this court. Okay, have you ever called him your boyfriend? Okay, who has your boyfriend been in the last 2 or 3 years? Judge, I'm getting there.
Well, obviously, this is questioning the witness and about her credibility regarding her statement, so I'm gonna overrule
I haven't had a boyfriend.
Okay, Judge, may I approach?
that. Right?
What is your name on your social media?
Tammy Keel.
Made a post on July the 6th of 2022 that says, "My boyfriend only likes Purity Cottage cheese. I've been checking in the store on the app for over a month, but no luck. He actually started eating and liking the Friendly Farms boyfriend in this post you made."
That post there, well, he wasn't my boyfriend. I referred to him as my boyfriend, but I was referring to Mr. Hill. But he, other,
Judge, I'd submit this is the next.
She maybe finish and not be interrupted?
Ms. Keel, Ms. Walker, do you have anything else you wanted to say about that?
I might have called him my boyfriend at one point in time, but, he's my best friend. That's pretty much it. He's never really been my boyfriend, nothing intimate, nothing like that. He's just my best friend.
And then close to the same time, you
another post on July the 22nd of 2022, wherein you had run into Miss Hill and tried to avoid her at the grocery store. Made a you tell me, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you made a run to Walmart this evening. It wasn't too bad. Ran into my friend Monique Stephen Gramling Warren and her family. Got over to the grocery side and saw Mike's soon-to-be ex-wife. I made a U-turn and went down another aisle. Lo and behold, if she didn't come to the dairy department, I'm not sure if she noticed me or not. Why were you running from Miss Hill if you're not in a race?
Objection. Where did it say anything that she was running?
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Got over to the grocery side and saw Mike's soon-to-be ex-wife. I made a U-turn. Why did you make a U-turn?
Because I didn't know if she knew who I was. I do believe she did know that I was friends with him, and I just wanted to avoid any type of, not really altercation, but uncomfortable situation.
Okay, and why would it be an uncomfortable situation?
Because I don't like, I'm not a confrontational person, and I try to avoid confrontation as much as possible.
Mark it next in order.
Yourself with that letter?
Oh, yeah, I remember that letter.
Okay, did you write that to Mr.
Yes, I did. To let him know, even after all of the years that, hadn't been in contact, I still thought of him, cared a lot about him. He was, really good person, really good friend and everything. That was my only purpose, just let him know it was good to hear from him after all the years and, that I had thought about him over the years.
And he reached out to you shortly after that, correct?
Well, he had reached out to me before that. He had called me one day just to check, see how I was doing and everything, and that's the first time I'd heard from him. And I don't know how long.
Okay. And he's paying for your cell phone, is that correct?
Well, we got it under his plan, and I give him the money for it.
Okay, how much do you give him?
I give him roughly $40 to $50 a month for the cell phone and my portion of the plan.
Okay, so when he paid in January of 2023 $1,000 for a cell phone, what was that for? Do you recall?
I don't recall that.
Ma'am, you spent the night at his house last night, yes or no?
Yes,
You pick up his prescriptions for him?
yes, I do.
Okay. You still picking up his Cialis for him every month?
No, I don't recall picking up that one recently.
Okay. Do you know what he's using the Cialis for?
I know at one time he told me it was to help him with his, something to do with his blood pressure or something. I really don't remember.
Okay. He's got erectile dysfunction, is that correct?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know anything about that.
Are you aware of how many guns he's got in that house?
No.
Have you ever seen them?
I've seen one that he got from his, I think he got from his dad or something like that, but that's it.
Okay. Have you been with him when he's purchased guns?
I was with him one time at the sportsman store when I purchased, he was with me when I purchased mine because he helped me pick it out.
Okay. Did he purchase it or did you
I
purchase it?
purchased it.
Okay. And did y'all go to Mean Court to eat afterwards?
No,
Okay. Have you been to Mean Court with him to eat?
no.
Okay. Has he treated you to food?
Every now and then, as kind of like a thank you for doing his errands and everything for him.
When he was having leg lengthening, you weren't in the picture yet, were you, for the leg lengthening stuff?
Yes, I've known him ever since he was married to his first wife, Carol.
Okay, and Carol assisted him with his leg lengthening rehab, is that correct? Are you looking at him for a reason?
No,
Okay,
no, no, Carol, by that time, I think Carol was out of the picture at that time. Him and her had separated and I believe divorced at that time.
okay, was it his second wife that helped with that then?
Angie, no, he went through the bone lengthening procedure before Angie.
Okay, so he didn't go through the bone lengthening procedure after he was separated from Miss Hill?
No,
Okay, and you have not assisted, if he testified that you had assisted, you have not assisted with his bone lengthening?
oh, I was with him, you know, I helped him with his bone, when he had his bone lengthening, you know, but that was in between Carol and Angie.
Was that in the 90s?
Yes, I do believe so.
Not since he's been married to Miss Hill?
No.
Judge, if I may have a moment.
You may.
So that, Judge, may I have that letter back? I'm sorry.
No, I did not. Yes. Yeah, he had called me. Well, no, I didn't want more than that. I just wanted to rekindle the friendship and everything that we had previously, because at that time I was still married. I didn't go through a divorce until about 2019.
So you were still married and talking to Mr. Hill at the time?
Yeah.
That's all.
You know of any law or requirement that says a man and a woman can't speak?
Not to my knowledge.
If somebody marries, do they go into indentured servitude to where their spouse only controls who they can talk to and who they can't talk to?
No.
You and and my client, Mr. Hill, have been friends for how long?
Oh, about 37 years, since about 88, 89.
Okay. And this letter that Miss Duke, this salacious, terrible letter that you keep calling.
Judge, I'd ask that that be stricken.
That should be stricken from the record. That was inappropriate comment.
Back of it, this is a letter. Is this, did you know in 19, this is June 18th of 2018. You know when he married this woman sitting over here?
No, I don't. The only thing I know is, you know, he had gotten married, but
This is the envelope you mailed a letter to, is that right?
that's correct.
It's addressed to Michael Hill, 104 Skyline Drive. Did you know that his wife was living there at the time?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And you put your name on it.
Yes,
I mean, you had your little return postmark on it. And you wrote this,
that's correct.
okay? And it's dated, again, as I said, the postmark was when? 2019?
2018.
2018?
Yeah.
And what year are we in right now?
5.
You had sex with this man sitting over here?
No, I have not.
You touched his penis?
No,
Has he touched any private parts of you?
no,
Fondled your breasts?
no,
Had any sexual contact, whether it's, as I used to call it, White House sex with Bill Clinton or cigars involved? Have you done anything like that with that man?
no, I have not.
Nothing further.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You are free to leave if you like, or you can stay around or watch the show. You may call your next witness. Ms. Hill, if you'll come around, please. I ask you to raise your right hand and be placed under oath.
If you would, please state your full name for the record.
Janine Therese Russell Hill,
And Ms. Hill, who are you currently married to?
Michael Hill,
And how long have you been married to him?
since October of 2014.
Okay. And when you two married, what did you do as far as housing was concerned?
I moved in with him. He owned his own home.
Okay. Did you do anything with your assets at that time?
I sold all of my assets because he had everything in the home.
Okay. And did he benefit from the sale of those assets?
Yes,
Okay. And did you have a joint checking account at the time? Judge, can you hear her okay?
Barely.
Judge, may I approach?
There you go.
we had an account. I don't think there was checks. I think it was just check cards.
Okay.
And
When he testified that you overdrafted that account routinely, was that accurate?
no,
Okay. Of the two of you, who is the spender?
Mr. Hill.
Okay. When you moved in, how much was the house worth?
Objection.
Basis for the objection?
Your Honor, speculation, lack of foundation.
He was not the owner of the house, so I think it would be rendering an opinion about a matter that she's not qualified to unless she has an owner of property can always give their opinion about the value. Someone who is not an owner of the property can only give an opinion if they have been qualified as an expert. So I sustain the objection.
How much did Mr. Hill always say that the house was worth when you purchased it? Or when y'all moved in together?
He used to say it was worth like 105, because we looked to move back to Hickman County where I wanted to go move to. So that's what we would go and ride around in Hickman County, and he'd say, well, I can probably get this amount out of this house. And that's why I would say the 105 is because that's what he would tell me.
During the depositions, did Mr. Hill fail to disclose that he was on Cialis? Did he fail to disclose he was on Cialis?
Yes, he failed.
Okay. And did we have to subpoena those records in order to verify he was on Cialis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell the court what you're currently doing, what your employment is,
I work at Dixon Health and Rehab,
and what do you do for them?
I'm a dietary manager.
And as a dietary manager, what are you currently earning?
My W-2 that just came in, I earned 62,000.
Okay. How long have you worked at Dixon Health and Rehab?
19 years, it'll be 20 in May.
Okay. And you heard Mr. Hill say that he was dismissed from his prior employment. Have you been dismissed from your employment?
No,
Okay. Prior to the 19 years with Dixon Health and Rehab, did you work for the state?
yes, for the Department of Corrections. I started at Turney Center and I transferred up to Riverbend.
Okay. Are you receiving a retirement from TCRS?
Yes,
Okay, and how much do you get a month?
$350.
Now, when Mr. Hill went through the 3 accidents that he had had involving persons, has he had any other accidents?
Yes.
Okay, did he disclose the other one?
Well, when you pull in the yard, he's got an avalanche that I believe that was his first one, that he ran into a back of a semi going down the interstate.
Okay, and that was the first accident when you two were living together?
That was before we were living together.
He's a terrible driver. I think that's been well established, and my understanding is that he's had numerous accidents. His insurance has paid for those accidents, and he is no longer driving because, number one, the state suspended his license. Number two, he says he volunteered not to drive, so
Thank you,
we made
Judge.
that point.
Now, were there domestic violence issues in the home?
Mr. Hill has got a temper. And yes, he is, he's very mean, he's very vindictive.
Was he out of the home between June of 2021 and March of 22 as a result?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you've heard Mr. Hill intimate that when he returned to the home that it was in disarray. Did you leave the home in disarray?
no ma'am. I
Judge-
took pictures when I left the home.
Judge, may I approach and get the
You may.
pictures from the home?
Easier to slug this thing over.
Is that a depiction of how you left the home?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And how would the court know for sure that that's when you vacated?
Well, the picture, there's nothing in the closet. All the clothes are taken down. There's racks that were hung up because I have an abundance amount of clothing, and extra racks had to be put up in the bedrooms. The only clothes that were left there were his, hanging on them racks, and it's completely empty.
Testimony that you didn't go back?
No, ma'am.
Now, you heard Mr. Hill testify that you did trash the place. Were there, did Mr. Hill keep a clean house?
No, ma'am.
Okay, tell the court a little bit about what his issues are.
Mr. Hill is a hoarder. When I moved into the home, me and my daughter had went in so that as we were changing things out, because he said he wanted to get rid of the old and bring in the new, we were going through the cupboards, and he had food in there that was expired 3 and 4 years and 5 years old. We took out 20-some black garbage bags full of nothing but expired food.
And did you clean the place up?
Yes, it was cleaned up. The carpets were scrubbed, new rugs were purchased, new lamps were purchased. Just a whole bunch of things were purchased to clean the house up.
Okay. Did you take care of doing flower beds in the front of the house?
Yes, ma'am, I did. Landscaping was done. I hired a friend of mine to do the landscaping around the pool. After it was put in, I couldn't tell you how many, yes, that's part of the landscaping that they did. And then everything else was filled in with flowers and stones that were laid around the pool.
Did you help pay for the pool also?
Yes,
Okay. You can hand that back to the clerk if you want to. Is that a depiction in that picture of the landscaping you did just around the pool?
yes, that was the start of it that a friend of mine did.
And did you pay that friend to do that?
Yes,
Okay. Did you help have a garbage disposal installed?
my son is a plumber, and the garbage disposal went down, and my son put in a brand-new garbage disposal, a very expensive one.
Okay. And did you assist in paying for that?
My son paid for it.
Okay. The sewer issue that the city would not take care of, who handled that?
My son also handled that and put in stuff out in the yard, pipes and caps, and paid for it himself.
Okay. And did you help to have the back porch redone?
Yes, the back porch was redone, new furniture was purchased. My brother hung blinds that covered the whole side of one of the porch because of the sun coming in. So yes,
Okay. Did you guys paint the house? Help paint?
Mr. Hill started to paint the house. He was a procrastinator, so it was started.
Okay. And did you help put borders up?
Sustained, don't lead the witness.
Tell the court what else you've done with the house.
New blinds were purchased, pictures were purchased, everything was taken out from the previous, I don't know if it was wife number 3 or 2. I was 4. So yeah, everything was taken out and removed from all the previous wives and replaced.
And did you purchase together, tell the court, did you purchase any lawn equipment?
Yes, we purchased a brand new Husqvarna riding mower. When I left the house, it had been purchased for a couple years, and when I left the house, there was 3 hours on the battery or the mower because it wasn't used.
How much is that worth?
That, I believe we paid,
Sustained,
I'll rephrase. How much did you pay for it?
well, it may be relevant depending on the age of it. She said it wasn't very old, overruled. That doesn't establish the value, it only establishes what they paid for it, so.
I believe that was $3,500.
Okay. And how much do you think it's valued at now? How much do you value it at?
I mean, I know he hasn't used it, because Miss Keel posted on Facebook.
You can't testify as to what
Sustained.
someone else posted or did. Just what do you think the value is?
Probably 1,500 now.
Okay. Are you at, let's see. The TV, you heard him talking about the TV earlier. Can you tell the court about that?
TV was purchased at Costco. It's a 82-inch, brand new. It was purchased, brought in through the basement, and it has sat there for a couple years. When I left, it's never been hooked up, never been taken out of the box.
Okay, so if he said it was destroyed, when he said it was destroyed in his testimony, was that your observation when you left the home?
Absolutely not. The box had never been opened.
Have you been charged criminally for vandalism or anything else at the house?
No.
Now, during your tenure in the home, what did you do as far as chores were concerned?
Oh, I cleaned every day, vacuumed, dusted, cleaned the kitchen, dishes.
You heard him say he prepared meals. Did he in fact prepare meals?
Well, if you call pulling cottage cheese out of the refrigerator, then I guess he did.
Okay. Who prepared the meals in the home?
Either me or when my daughter lived there, she did.
Okay. And did you assist your daughter if she was making meals?
Yes.
Who paid the utilities at the residence from 2014 to 2023? 2023.
I don't believe it was from 2014. It probably was in 2015 when I took over all the utilities.
Okay. And did you make those payments every month?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you buy the groceries in the residence?
Yes, I bought the groceries.
Okay. When you heard him testify earlier that he bought the groceries, was that accurate?
He bought groceries that was only his.
Explain that.
He would buy his breakfast waffle on a stick and his croissants, and everyone knew, do not touch his stuff.
What would happen if you did?
He'd have it come apart. That was his cottage cheese, that was his lemonade. You didn't touch that.
Did you pay for the swimming pool or did he?
We both did.
Excuse me.
Aside from your father's flag, do you have everything you want from the residence?
Yes.
Are you asking this court to award you the 2014 Impala?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you asking the court for him to be required to return the? Is there something missing from the
Understand.
Impala that you need?
The title,
Okay,
I called and asked him for it after I paid it off, and I've never gotten no response from him.
The title to the Impala,
the 2014 Impala. Does he have other vehicles located at the property?
He did when I left there.
Okay, and were those of value?
He has a Chevy S10 that is a it's perfectly fine. He's got an Equinox that he purchased, I guess after his last wreck.
Is that during the marriage?
Yes.
Okay. You heard him testify earlier that your son lived with you and your daughter lived with you. Can you tell the court a little bit about that?
My son moved in because there was a house being built and it wasn't ready when it was supposed to be. Him and his girlfriend and my granddaughter moved in at the time. They approximately stayed there, I'll say 2 months, and they left. And then my daughter moved in a couple years later.
And so was his testimony accurate about living there for a long period of time altogether?
Yes, it was inaccurate with my son. My daughter lived there for a few years.
And regarding some agreement, did you know about any agreement to pay anything?
No.
Okay.
The agreement when my daughter moved in was that she was to take care of the yard work. She was to buy herself and her children's groceries. She was going through a divorce. They were separated. And just pick up around the house.
And did she do that?
Yes, ma'am, she did. She never used the riding lawnmower. She pushed mowed that yard every week.
Did he have any complaints about your daughter being there during the time?
Absolutely not.
Have you tried to limit Mr. Hill's ability to have friendships with others?
No. I believe I told him to have, he needed friends. The whole time we were married, I never seen no friend.
Do you know how much is owed on the mortgage currently?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know how much was owed on it when you left?
No, ma'am, because he had refinanced it a couple times prior to me.
Did he ever discuss the refinance with you even when the divorce was going on?
No.
Okay. The washer and the dryer at the residence, you heard him testify that that was purchased before the marriage. Is that accurate?
We purchased a washer and dryer at Lowe's. And the stands that it went on, they were Samsung Wi-Fi Connect.
Okay, and was it before or after the marriage?
It was during the marriage.
Since you moved out, has he maintained the residence to your knowledge?
I know the pool is not maintained. I have a friend who lives,
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Have you been by to see that?
yes, ma'am, I have.
Jennifer, it was too loud, thank you. Now, when you moved out, did you take your personal property?
I took my personal property. I had other things that was acquired during the marriage that I left behind. He had given me his grandmother's jewelry. I left that behind.
Okay, did you take special care when you left it behind? Leave it in a special spot?
Yes, I left it right there on the kitchen table so he would see it right when he walked in.
Okay,
To me, that's it. It was not mine to keep.
okay.
I left behind crystal that was given to us for wedding gifts. He had given me silver. That was all left behind. I took nothing but what belonged to me.
You heard him testify regarding the charges. Did you have charges dropped?
The very first time, yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Were you trying to reconcile?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what he did to you physically in the marriage.
Physically, well,
Physically, emotionally, whatever he did to you.
as I said, Mr. Hill's very, very mean and vindictive. He played games as far as mentally. He would be mean to my grandkids. He would take the remote to the TV and he would hide it so they couldn't watch TV. We had recliners in the living room. He would take the handles off so they could not recline in the recliners. He said they'll ruin them. They were 20-year-old recliners. All of the furniture that was in the house was 20-some years old. He came after me and the basement door was open. And at that moment, my daughter, who was living with us, he came towards that basement door where I was standing. And at the moment, my daughter was a deputy at that time with Hickman County, and she walked in and he stopped because she yelled at him. He was just mentally, he was very mean.
Tell the court about the guns.
The two guns that were mine or the guns that were,
Tell them about both.
okay, during the marriage, 2 guns were purchased. One of that, and he claimed they were his. The first one that was purchased, I said, I have to have a laser on it because I couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. I still have the gun, still has the laser. The second gun, I said, I just need a gun that just shoots. No matter what, because I'm afraid I don't know how to use it and I'll fumble. I just need one that shoots. That was the second gun. I have 2 guns. When Mr. Hill went to jail, the deputies came back, gave me the order of protection. And at that time, from the time the deputy left and took him to jail and came back like 2 or 3 in the morning, I had went through the bedroom, and that's when I found, I could not tell you how many guns, how many knives, magazines. I took the deputy in there to show him everything that he had hidden in the bedroom. And the deputy said,
You can't tell what the
Okay.
deputy said.
Okay.
When they came back, did they do anything special?
Yes, they came back the next day they did a civil standby. And from the deputy's report, they brought additional officers because of all of the,
Objection. Not anybody did it.
Well, she can testify that more officers came, but the reason why would be either hearsay or speculation. I'll sustain it as to that.
Was there more than one deputy that came out for the civil standby?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There were 3, and one of them had to be a corporal or higher.
And after you found all the guns and ammunition and everything else, what was your state of being? How did you feel?
I was scared to death. I didn't know I didn't know what he was going to do at that point.
I'm going to show her. I guess I can recall him then. I mean, object then, I guess. Received discovery from Mr.
Never seen it. Yeah, I never seen none of this. All I knew is he said that the house was mortgaged a couple times throughout his years of owning it.
Objection, hearsay.
Would obviously be hearsay, and unless it's something he told her, which would be an admission by a party opponent, I don't think she can testify about anything else.
Objection, Judge, you don't tell somebody through a written word unless it's a text message and you do it. It's inappropriate, it's hearsay. Your Honor has already said she is not the owner of the house. She's already admitted she's not on the mortgage. She did not know what was owed. She's already testified to that.
Well, discovery doesn't change the rules of evidence. Discovery means that somebody provides something with you, still has to meet the rule of introduction. If it is a document such as that, then clearly he may be the appropriate witness to bring it in rather than her, because she's not an owner, so what she would be doing, anything she has to say is based upon this written document, not, or, ostensibly, I know what's being asked of her is, did this refresh your memory about what he said? But that document does not refresh her memory, so I'm going to sustain the objection for that reason. As I've indicated, he may be the more appropriate witness. All right.
How much are you asking this court in equity to award you from the marital residence?
I would say at least 20,000.
Okay. Are you asking for,
Objection, lady.
Overruled.
Are you asking for the division of Mr. Hill's retirement?
Yes.
Okay. Are you asking for 50% of what was acquired during the marriage?
Objection leading.
What are you asking for?
Sustain that objection.
What are you asking for from the retirement?
I think 50% is sufficient.
Are you asking for your attorney's fees to be paid?
Yes, ma'am.
How much have you paid in attorney's fees?
Currently, 2,000. Well, I paid this morning, and I think I've paid,
It's fine. Did you pay court costs also in filing this?
yes, ma'am.
Are you asking for reimbursement of those?
Yes, ma'am.
After you moved out of the marital residence, did he try to have you arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell the court what he tried to have you arrested for.
He called and spoke with,
Objection hearsay.
I'm sorry. The question is, did he try to have you arrested? Mm-hmm. And what is your answer?
yes, he,
Okay, then that's the answer, but
Yes,
I think anything beyond that would be hearsay.
okay. Did Mr. Hill acknowledge to you what the arrest was going to be about?
the detective called
You
me.
can't say what the detective said. Did you have to provide anyone with any proof of ownership of any items?
No,
Okay. Did you have to explain yourself to anyone?
to the detective.
Okay. And at any point in time, did anyone address any issues with the condition of the home?
No,
To your knowledge, based on what Mr. Hill has told you, is there more than $40,000 in equity in the home?
absolutely.
That's all, Judge.
And when did he tell you that?
He would have said that when we were looking to move to Hickman County.
In 2015? Because you said right after we married. Thought she had.
Allow the witness to finish her answer before we begin asking the next.
In 2015?
We had looked for a couple years, so it was 16, 17, because I wanted back in Hickman County.
Okay, so y'all married in 14. He owned the home. He had a mortgage. He was working, you were working.
Yes, ma'am.
He had been awarded an annuity from a past automobile accident, a past accident where he had been hit. That annuity was several hundreds of thousands of dollars, correct?
I don't know the amount of the annuity.
Y'all never commingled your funds. Y'all did open up one bank account that he opened up, right?
You're objecting to the form of the question? Sustained.
He opened up a bank account and put your name on it.
Yes, ma'am.
You never put any money in it.
That's not true.
You did put money in it?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that account?
Regions,
Okay, and how long was it open?
probably a year.
And but there were no checks, you just had a bank card,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? You never paid a mortgage out of that.
No, ma'am.
And so in sometime in 16, he told you that there was $40,000 of equity in the home.
No, he would have, it would have been more.
Well, no, see, Ms. Duke asked you, did he tell you how much equity was in the home? And you said yes, and I may have misheard. And
She
you
said
said, yep.
her exact question, Ms. Roberts, was, based on what he said to you, is there at least $40,000 in equity? That was how it was phrased.
Okay, and you said yes,
Yes, ma'am.
and that was in 16,
Yes.
when you had moved in the house less than 2 years earlier, correct?
Yes.
And you had paid nothing towards the mortgage.
No, ma'am.
You had moved your son in,
No, ma'am, not at that time.
not in 16.
No, ma'am.
When did your son move in?
2017?
2017. So you're saying you're entitled to $20,000 of equity in this man's home because he told you something when y'all were looking for property in Hickman County in 2016. Is that your logic?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you complete an income and expense statement today and bring that to the court to show what your expenses are?
No, I wasn't told to.
You're making $62,000 a year, which equates to a little over $5,000 gross pay a month, $51,066.67 gross a month, plus you get an additional $350
Yes,
for your
ma'am.
retirement. And you've gotten that for the past several years when y'all separated in 2021, right?
I gotten what?
You've made that's what you made this year, but you've made that money or some portion of that money since 2021 when y'all separated. Is that correct? You've had pay increases, but you've made salary and a payment from your Tennessee Consolidated Retirement. It's what
I
you've had
just
to live.
started getting the Tennessee Consolidated one. I didn't know I was entitled to it. So that just started and they retroed back. It wasn't the whole time that I should have been getting it.
Well, how much did you get for retro?
I think $1,200,
Okay. How much money have you got in your bank account right now?
probably $350.
$350?
Yes, ma'am.
What you spending your money on?
Well, I pay rent, I pay all of my utilities, I pay my living expenses, the upkeep on my wrecked car.
You wrecked it, didn't you?
No, the deer did.
Deer was driving your car?
No, the deer ran into me.
Oh, okay.
If she could refrain from comment after every time my client answers a question.
I will, Your Honor, apologize.
Please make sure that you conduct yourself appropriately.
So you're spending $5,000 a month for your upkeep.
You have to realize, last year I was in the hospital 4 times. I've got all those hospital bills. I went septic all 4 times.
Sorry to hear about that.
My insurance that the nursing home offers is not insurance. It is a health care plan, not insurance. Those bills are required to be paid by me, and all they do is just negotiate a lower price.
So you got bills you're paying. I mean, you didn't bring an income and expense statement to show what your expenses are and how you're paying your bills. Have you bought anything? Since
Yes.
2021, tell me everything that you bought.
since 2021.
Yeah, since you separated, because you're asking
I
everything
have
that he's got.
purchased everything that goes into a home, a 3-bedroom, mobile home, double wide, from the bathroom all the way to the other bathroom.
And how,
Every-
I'm sorry, I didn't mean, I thought you paused. I apologize. Go ahead.
It's okay. Everything has been purchased brand new, because I took nothing as far as household goods from his home.
Okay, so you understand that you purchased that with marital money and he's entitled to half of it. So how much is all that worth?
The half of it, I don't know how much I spent on all of it.
Okay. Well, do you agree that he's entitled to half of the value of all the things you've purchased since you left?
That's why I have not purchased a new vehicle. Because,
To keep him from getting it?
no, because I can't afford it.
Okay. Are you driving a vehicle?
I'm driving my grandson's vehicle.
Is your grandson living with you?
No, he goes to college at UT.
Okay. And so when he's not in school, where does he live?
He comes home,
To your house?
yes.
So his primary residence is with you, right?
Well, yeah.
I didn't ask if he was in college. I asked what
He
his
doesn't
primary
have a
residence.
driver's license.
Ma'am, when there's an objection, I have to be able to hear them, so
I'm
you just
sorry.
need to stop talking. All right. Well, this is cross-examination, so the questions don't always get asked in the most polite way or whatever, but under the circumstances, I believe she's testified he's at college, and she's asking, is his primary residence with her? There's a distinction. My kids went off to college, as you all know. Both of you have that to experience. But that doesn't mean their primary residence changed because they were at college. So I'm going to overrule your objection. Just ask the question again.
Your grandson lives at your 3-bedroom mobile home.
Yes,
That you pay rent for
when he's not at college.
when he's not at school.
Yes,
Your daughter lives there.
yes, ma'am.
And then she has another child.
She has a daughter.
And how old is that daughter?
She just turned 20.
Okay, and she lived there.
She lives there, and she's also in college.
Where does she go to school?
She goes to school in McKenzie.
Freed Hardeman?
No. It's,
She drive back and forth?
neither one of my grandchildren have a driver's license. My daughter bought the car for that reason, but neither one of them can drive.
They just never learned how.
No. We've tried to teach them, but neither one of them have a driver's license as of this day.
And they've never gotten a driver's license.
That's correct.
Again, when we talk about don't have a driver's license, they haven't lost it. They've just never gone and tested
Correct.
and gotten it.
Yeah.
Right. Does your granddaughter live down there in McKenzie?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
her primary residence with you. So you said you bought this whole furniture and you're supporting yourself. Are you supporting your adult daughter and her children? You're
No.
paying their rent?
No,
Well, I thought that's what you said.
they live with me, yes.
But you pay the rent, you pay all the utilities,
Yes,
you pay
ma'am.
everything.
Yes, ma'am.
So
That's
you're
my-
supporting them
That's my responsibility as a mother.
to support your adult daughter and
Yes,
her adult children.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
that was the same thing that happened when she moved into to the house, to Mr. Hill's house, right?
She was separated.
Well, she's an adult and works.
Yes,
She was a deputy.
that's correct.
What's she do now?
She's a detective.
And doesn't pay her own way.
She takes care of her children in college as their father has passed away.
Okay. But she didn't pay anything while she lived at Mr. Hill's house, did she?
No, there was never the agreement.
Well, agreement with who?
with Mr. Hill.
You know, and you made a big thing that, oh, you bought the groceries, but then we found out that he bought his groceries. You only bought your groceries.
Characterization of the testimony.
No, Your Honor, it's not.
It absolutely is. She said that he bought certain things, but not necessarily, nobody could have what he bought, but he could have what she bought. That was her testimony.
Your Honor, Ms. Duke asked her, did you buy the groceries? And she said, yes. And then she said, but he bought, what was it? And said, he bought his groceries, and we better not touch them. That she bought the groceries for the entire family, but he bought his groceries. He bought his breakfast, he brought his croissants, he bought everything, and we knew not to touch it.
Her testimony was he bought certain items. It was not all the groceries, absolutely.
This is cross-examination, overrule the objection.
But you know, when you made the comment that he bought his groceries, and you know what she said about your daughter? She bought her kids' their groceries.
That's correct.
And nobody ate theirs, did they?
Yeah, he ate it.
Okay. So again, he's giving them a place to live, he's paying the mortgage, he's doing that, and you're paying the utilities for you, your daughter, your 2 grandkids, and him,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And they lived there up and until the time you testified that they only lived there for a few months, for a few years. But the few years was from 2017 until you left in 2021, right?
If that dates are correct, yes,
They lived there the
lived
whole
there.
time.
Yes, ma'am.
And your son, your testimony is he lived there only 2 months?
Yes, ma'am, until the house was finished.
I understand
That he
too.
was moving into.
Well, but that was more than 2 months, wasn't it?
No. Because actually, it probably was not 2 months, because he left before that house was finished, and they moved in with her mother because Mr. Hill was so hateful and mean towards them.
Okay. And they didn't pay anything, but he came back and put in a garbage disposal, or was that done while he was there?
That was done while he was there, I believe.
So 2016?
Yes.
How much that garbage disposal did he put in 16?
Well, it
More than that
probably
now.
was the very most expensive one, that the garbage disposal they had, and I'm sure,
But y'all had been using it, hadn't you?
I never used it.
Then why didn't he replace it?
Because Mr. Hill used to use it all the time. And he would put scraps and eggshells in that down there.
So y'all got married and you moved in. In your discovery, you made a thing about the fact that when y'all went to get your marriage license, that he was not truthful about how many times he was married, and only at the time that y'all went to get your marriage license did you know that he had been married 3 times before you.
Correct.
But did you go on and get the license? Did you say, oh,
We went and got the marriage license a week before we were married. And when we were married, we got it together, and the woman said, how many prior marriages did he have? And he said, 2, 3. And I looked at him and I said, you don't even know how many times you were married? Twice. No, 3. That's when I found out the 3rd one. That was a week prior to having a big wedding. My family is all from Michigan. They had all paid for everything to come down, had their hotels rented, tuxes rented, dresses bought. At that time, I didn't know what to do.
so you knew he'd been married twice before? And
I
that was
knew.
okay, and that was okay with you?
Yes,
And you had been married once before?
correct.
And did your husband pass away?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were widowed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he was divorced, and then when you found out that he was married 3 times and divorced all 3 times, you still went through with the marriage?
Yes, ma'am, I
All
did.
because you had planned a big wedding to a man that had been married that you thought just twice,
Yes, ma'am, I did go through with it.
both of which ended in, and you knew, both of which, the ones you knew, ended in divorce.
Yes, they
Correct.
all ended in divorce.
Ever heard the word buyer beware? Okay, now, so you got me, and you said you sold all your stuff because he had everything that y'all needed in your household.
Correct.
You didn't go and put it in storage?
I put it in storage, and then when my son moved into his home, no, not my son, when I sold it, when I got rid of the storage unit.
And again, when you sold it, how many years was it past, did you sell it?
Oh, it had been 2 or 3 years.
2 or 3 years, and your son had actually gone and taken some of the things when he moved into his house and used them,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And then what did you sell?
Furniture,
How much did you get?
I don't recall.
Put the money in your account. Put the money in your, I'll put
There
the
you
money
go.
in your
I was gonna
account.
say, I don't think you need the microphone, Miss Roberts, so.
Put the money in your
I
account.
don't think there was enough money to be put in no account.
Yeah, see, because when you said, I sold everything, and Miss Duke asked you, and he benefited from that money, and you said, yes. Now there wasn't even a lot of money for it, because you
He
gave,
benefited probably because I paid for groceries. I paid for us going out to eat. I bought him things.
did you eat any of those groceries?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you eat, did you pay for yourself when you went out to eat?
Yes, ma'am.
So y'all both got the benefit of,
Yes,
and you're saying,
ma'am.
and now you're saying the money, the little bit of money you got from selling the stuff that you had kept for a couple of years after you moved out went to pay for disposable things, food and things like that.
Yes,
And that's how he benefited.
yes.
And you benefited from being able to move all your kids in the house he owned
No,
and not
ma'am.
pay anything for it.
That was his agreement. I asked him.
So did he force you to buy him food and to carry him out to eat?
No,
Or was that your agreement?
that was an agreement between the two of us.
Okay. There is photograph number 1. When did you take that?
Shortly after the pool was installed.
Okay, so that doesn't reflect what the pool looked like when you left, does it?
Yes.
Okay, so there's still dirt and gravel, no grass had
Oh.
grown. There's just some lava rocks around it.
Yes. Not lava rocks, they were stones. And did it get put in? Maybe 2016, 2017?
So it's your testimony that if you
My testimony is that it looked better than that.
bedroom that showed when you took this when you left,
Yes, ma'am.
and the reason you know you left is because all of the clothing was gone.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you testified that you had so much clothing, you had to put a lot back.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, no disrespect, and that's where you got to teach them.
Absolutely.
And they were hanging all over the house and put all, it was like PVC pipe or clothing all throughout that house.
My daughter also lived in that bedroom and her clothing was there. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Some other stuff?
I didn't take nothing that wasn't mine. The 31st of I believe it was March. It was the last day of the month is when he was. Yes, ma'am.
Bathrooms in that house?
There was 2 bathrooms, but the second bathroom, that was his bathroom and nobody used it.
You never used it,
No, ma'am.
and you didn't clean it, did you?
No,
Had anybody used it for the 6 months that you was gone?
no, ma'am.
Actually, when he did that sentence, this is a picture of a hole,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? See that dent right there?
Yes, ma'am.
See all that nastiness all up on it?
That nastiness on it was rust.
Did you try to clean it?
All the paint came off
All the paint came off. Did you change the filter
every month.
every month? So that white hole,
No, ma'am, it wasn't. That was rust.
this is the way you left the upstairs room.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't put it in the basement, did you?
I didn't go down in the basement when I exited the house for the last time.
She can finish before she's interrupted.
Sustained.
You didn't go in the basement before you left?
No, ma'am.
But you had been in the basement in the 6 months that you were in the home or since y'all separated,
I
correct?
was in the basement the night before I exited the home, but I did not go back in.
And you didn't clean out the basement?
I took out what was mine.
I didn't ask what you took out, I said, did you clean it up? The house is clean and in nice order, but the basement was not, was it?
The basement, you couldn't walk through the basement from the day I moved into that place because Mr. Hill is a hoarder.
Okay, well, see, I thought you testified that you had cleaned it all up and you and your daughter cleaned it all up. That's what you said,
I
he was a
did.
hoarder. And we went in there and we cleaned everything up.
Not the basement, that was
Okay, just clarifying your testimony. So the basement was trashed when you moved in, trashed when you moved out?
absolutely.
Okay. You understand hoarding and all that affects the value of the property, don't you? That basement was
don't-
nasty, wasn't it?
It was a,
If she can stop asking question after question until she's answered. That's 2 double questions.
Sustained. We'll take our afternoon recess, 15 minutes.
All right. One thing when we were going over those pictures and I asked you about that, you know, although you said that when you and your daughter moved in, that you cleaned the house and everything, we've established you did nothing to the basement. Correct?
correct.
And you made the comment, you know, those pictures that you took, they aren't pictures of his room. Correct?
Correct,
And they're not pictures of his bathroom. Correct?
correct.
Because you said, you kind of snarled your nose and kind of
Judge, I'm
looked.
gonna object to the observation. She's not here.
If I could finish my question, it was relevant.
Finish your question.
When I was asking you about that, you kind of turned your nose up and snarled because like the bathroom was filthy. Because you had said, you know,
Overrule the objection.
that you didn't go in there and you made kind of a face like, no, the pictures show what my living space was, but it didn't show his living space, correct?
Correct.
And how long did y'all have separate living spaces?
Well, we had a fight, an argument, and he locked me out of the bedroom. And that's been at least a couple, 2 or 3 years. I slept in a recliner.
And that was 2 or 3 years before
We separated.
2021.
Yes, ma'am.
So y'all had not had any marital relationships since 2 to 3 years before 2021, so that would be 18, 19, right?
Yes.
So neither one of y'all were fulfilling your husband or wifely duties with one another. Y'all weren't intimate. You weren't having sex, were you?
Nope.
And you told him to go out and get him some friends.
Yes, I told him to go out. He needed friends.
Okay. Then, I mean, you weren't having sex with him.
Nope.
Did you know whether or not he had urine flow problems?
Not to my knowledge, he never had any. He wouldn't.
Well, you didn't know whether he had,
We still
erectile
communicate.
dysfunction, as Ms. Duke said, because you weren't trying to use it, were you?
When we did have relationship, intimate, yes, he had problems.
Okay. Well, you understand Cialis is a drug that helps that, but it also helps urine flow when somebody has an enlarged prostate.
Objection, call for expert testimony.
I'll rephrase the
Is-
question.
No, sustain as to the form of the question.
Did you know that Cialis used for enlarged prostate?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did. And did you know that sometimes when a man has an enlarged prostate, it affects his ability to get an erection?
I'm not a doctor.
Okay. So you don't know why he was getting Cialis or why he wasn't?
He never used it before.
Well, he didn't need to because you weren't having sex with him.
When we did have sex,
Well, that was in 2017.
Objection, argumentative.
It's overruled. I don't know how that's argumentative.
So in 2017, this man could get an erection.
yes.
And you don't know whether he could in 18, did you? Didn't know whether he could get one in 19.
Nope.
Didn't know whether he could get one in 20.
Nope.
Didn't know if he could get one in 2021, 2022, 3, 4. Don't know.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have you had any friends outside of your marriage,
No, ma'am.
male or female?
Friends, yes, I have friends.
Okay.
None that I sleep with.
Well, how do you know he's sleeping with this woman?
I didn't say he was.
Oh, yes, ma'am, you did. You said he committed adultery. You signed a sworn statement. Let me get your complaint.
Judge, we'll agree that that's alleged in the complaint. Disagree.
All right,
Well, no, Your Honor, it goes to credibility. She just testified she did not say he was having sex with somebody, and based on that, she has filed a sworn pleading.
In her testimony.
do
oh,
not
no.
shout in this courtroom, either one of you.
Ms.
I am talking. I have put up with it today as long as I'm gonna put up with it. Both of you need to calm down and represent your clients without raising your voice or shouting. I am not that hard of hearing. Represent your clients ethically, represent your clients with great fervor, but it is not necessary for you to scream out loud, either one of you, and both of you have done it today, and I've had it, all I'm gonna have. So the rest of this afternoon, I didn't start the day thinking I was gonna have to sit through whether or not a 64-year-old man had an erection in 2018, 19, or 20. But unfortunately, that's what you've fallen to. And what I'm looking for is whether or not there's any proof as to, number one, the value of the property that's involved in this case, the present value, the prior value at the time of the marriage, and whether there's been an increase in value, what contributions have been made to that increase in value, what is the value of the property that's in his possession, he's being asked to be awarded, what is the property of her value, and so far, I haven't heard anything that establishes any of those values that I have to make according to the statute for the equitable division of property. So instead of talking about whether someone has an erection in 2018 or 19 or 20, let's talk about the things that I have to have before me to decide this case. And if you don't put it on, I'll make the decision based on what little I have.
And again,
Now, go forward.
yes, sir, we're still on her case in chief. We haven't put ours on yet. And ma'am, you did sign a sworn statement on February 20, it was filed with February 27th, and you alleged the defendant is guilty of adultery. You signed an oath, did you not, stating that all the allegations contained in this complaint, I, Janine Teresa Hill, first being duly sworn according to law, make oath that I have read the foregoing complaint for divorce and that the facts set forth therein are true to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, and that this complaint is not made out of levity or collusion with the defendant, but in sincerity and truth for the causes mentioned therein, excuse me. You signed that, and it
Yes,
was
ma'am.
notarized, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's your testimony here now that you have no proof that he has committed adultery, correct?
Well, let's see, he's living with her in her place of residency. There's letters showing. There's,
What letters show it?
the letter showing that they want to have a relationship. Apparently, he called her when he was married to me.
So you're changing your testimony.
No, I'm not.
All right, now let's just move on. Now, when you moved out, you said you took everything that was yours,
Everything that I owned.
everything that you owned. Did you take any property that was purchased during the marriage?
No,
None whatsoever.
no, ma'am.
So everything was there that was purchased during the marriage.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take a 9mm Smith & Wesson automatic?
I took 2 guns.
Did you take a 9mm Smith &
I
Wesson
don't know the,
semi-automatic?
I don't even know what kind of guns they are that I own.
Did you, when the civil standby came to the house after he was arrested, isn't it true that the door was locked and the officer locked the door and said you didn't have any reason to be in there?
No, ma'am.
And you broke into that, didn't you?
No, ma'am.
It wasn't locked?
He locked it. No officer went and locked that door. They called a magistrate, and the magistrate said,
I'm not asking for somebody else said, ma'am, just answer my question. No, I did not ask for hearsay testimony.
One of you, number one, it's not hearsay if it is not introduced to prove the truth of the matter asserted therein. What I understand is she's testifying about how the circumstances came to the opening of the door. So
Yes, sir.
I'm going to allow her to finish that statement because that just shows how it came to be. It's not being admitted for the truth of the statement, whether the magistrate made a true statement or not, but it's being shown to why they did certain things. So overruling any objection.
the door got opened by myself. I have a key.
His room, he was living there. You had not been in there for years.
Yep,
And he locked it when he got ordered to leave due to bond conditions.
yep,
And you unlocked it and went into that room.
because the officer called and talked to a magistrate because he said, I want the door locked. And the magistrate told the officer, she lives in that house that is her house also.
You didn't hear the magistrate say that.
Yes, ma'am, he had her on speakerphone.
Speakerphone. So, and this magistrate is who?
It's a female.
Okay, so, but you don't know who it was, who's,
No, ma'am, no. I
Did you-
lived in the house.
you understand, your attorney was sent by Mr. Hill's previous attorney a list of items that he said you took out of the house. Do you recall that?
I recall that there was a list, but not what's on it.
You may.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take any of these items?
Well, if one of the guns was a Smith & Wesson that I owned, yes, I took that one.
Was it purchased before the marriage or during?
During the marriage,
So you didn't own it? Whose name was it titled in?
mine,
It was the registration now, when I call and find out you have a Smith & Wesson 9mm registered in your name. Is that the testimony under oath?
if that is the gun that I took, I don't know what kind of a gun it is. There's 2 of them. I don't know if it's a Smith & Wesson. All I know is just one of them just shoots 5 bullets, and the other one has a laser on it, And as a matter of fact, we had to go, when I purchased the gun, and get my driver's license changed because it was in my former married name. He got the marriage license. We went down before I could purchase the gun.
But you didn't purchase it. Did you buy it? Because y'all have separate accounts, correct? So did you buy it or did he buy it
I bought it.
out of your account?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know whether that's a Smith and Wesson?
No, ma'am, I don't. I couldn't tell you what either kind of gun is.
You had testified earlier that when you and your daughter cleaned up this house, that y'all bought all new area rugs. Did you take the area rug under the kitchen table and the area rug in the living room?
No, ma'am.
Did you take the runner out of the living room?
No, ma'am.
Did you take any silverware that was not that was his prior to the marriage?
No, ma'am.
Did you take two long-handled skillets?
No, ma'am.
Take his Carhartt sweatshirt?
No, ma'am.
A Herbie Husker doll?
No.
Did you take 40-inch Samsung TV or the 32-inch Samsung TV?
I took a 32-inch Samsung TV that was in my daughter's room.
But who bought it?
She brought it with her.
So that wasn't anything y'all had?
No.
Okay. Did you take an American Arms 22 Magnum pistol?
No, ma'am.
9mm, another Smith & Wesson 9mm automatic?
No, ma'am.
Did you take his keys to the Impala?
No, ma'am. I have one set.
The diamond jewelry that was purchased during the marriage that y'all got at Costco and Sam's and things like that, did you take it?
Yes, ma'am.
It was purchased he purchased it out of his account,
Correct.
and you said he gifted it to you.
He purchased jewelry for me weekly. And at the purchase, he'd look at the lady and say, I love my wife.
I mean, why is
It
that?
was not for an investment.
Okay. And then he bought some guns and stuff during the marriage, right? That's what he liked to get, ammunition, stuff like that.
I do not remember him purchasing any guns when we were married.
Except the one you purchased.
The two that I purchased, yes.
So he never purchased any guns.
I don't recall him purchasing any guns.
Have you bought anything since your separation? Bought any jewelry?
No.
Bought
I
clothes?
bought clothes, yes, ma'am.
You bought your furniture and furnishings?
Yes, ma'am.
Bought any gifts for anybody?
I'm sure I've bought gifts for,
You haven't bought anything for yourself? Bought more clothes?
I buy clothes, I buy shoes, I buy purses, I have a job, I have to be professional. Yes, ma'am.
But again, you've used your money to buy things you wanted to buy.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're making almost over $5,000 a month.
Depending on if I work overtime.
You know, and overtime you make more. You're not on a salary?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you make an hourly wage of how much?
I believe I make $25 an hour.
And during that time, you've not contributed anything to him after he lost his job, correct?
No, ma'am.
Lost his insurance for a period of time.
No, ma'am.
Didn't provide insurance for him, did you?
No, ma'am.
Didn't pay any of his medical bills, did you?
No, ma'am.
Haven't bought anything for him or provided any food or clothing or shelter for him, have you?
No, ma'am.
Did you take suitcases, cushions from the patio furniture,
No, ma'am.
sheets and pillowcases from the king-size bed,
No, ma'am.
2 wall clocks,
One clock, and that was mine that I came in the house with.
okay? Hamilton Beach crock pot,
No, ma'am.
air fryer,
No, ma'am.
Butterball deep fryer,
No, ma'am.
set of bar-style drinking glasses that was his before the marriage,
No, ma'am.
Pioneer women items,
Pioneer Women items were all mine. I collected Pioneer Woman.
collected during the marriage.
I've collected it forever.
I didn't ask that. Did you collect it during
I
the marriage?
collected it during the marriage
And when you-
also.
And when you say collected, you mean bought.
Purchased it, yes.
So it was bought during the marriage, and you took it.
Yes, ma'am.
And miscellaneous hand tools.
No, ma'am.
You didn't take any of that stuff.
No, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, we'll move that in as the next exhibit.
Yeah, just mark, I'll mark the copy I was given.
When you said we purchased a Husqvarna riding lawnmower, whose money did it come out of? Came out of his account, didn't it?
I believed he charged it.
But he paid for it.
We both paid for it.
Okay, so again, your bank records are gonna show that, where did you purchase it from and where was it charged to?
He purchased it.
He purchased it.
Well, he picked it out, absolutely. It was either Lowe's or it was Tractor Supply.
What card did he put it on?
I believe my daughter and her late husband picked it up and brought it home.
What card was it charged? You said
Oh,
it was
card.
charged.
I
What
thought you said
charge?
car.
I'm sorry, yeah. What charge card was it charged to? You said you think you charged it.
I have no idea. His charge cards were all in his name.
And he paid all the payments.
No, ma'am.
So where's the evidence that you made any payment on that Husqvarna?
I gave him money all the time. And yes, my bank statements will show. When I got paid, I withdrew my money.
Because you pay everything cash,
Yes, ma'am.
so there's no way to track where all your money went, whether you ever even paid a utility payment, is there? Not one shred of evidence that you have to show that you made a payment from your cash to the utilities there, do you?
Well,
Just your word.
well, I never sat in darkness. I always had water.
Well, again, Ms. Duke has painstakingly taken a January and February and March of 2023 and said where he's bought his money, very easily traced. But you don't have bank statement that shows where you're spending your money, do you?
Well, because,
I didn't ask why.
no, because now cards don't give you a bank statement.
Banks don't give you a bank statement?
A now card is not, it is through Regions Bank, but it's a now card. They don't send you statements.
You get a statement, you can ask for one, they send it to you online, don't they?
No, ma'am.
But you don't use a now card, you get cash.
I would go to the ATM and withdraw it when I would get paid
So you'd get paid once a month or every week?
twice a month.
Twice a month, and so twice a month you'd go to the ATM, use your now card, and you would pull out $2,000 or $3,000?
No, I would pull out what I needed.
And so there's no evidence of where you paid a bill at all, is there? You don't have a receipt, you don't have anything showing you paid anything, do you, ma'am?
Well, I had receipts back then, yes, absolutely.
Did you produce those?
I never was asked to.
Again, I wasn't the original attorney in this case, but you had discovery that you answered, isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, asked for your employer, and you said at the time you answered this, you made $23.86 an hour, but you've gotten a raise since then. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you were receiving $340.04 from your TCRS retirement.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you said you just started getting that, that wasn't altogether true. You got that before when you answered this discovery in June of 2023, didn't you, ma'am?
It had just started that month, I believe.
You had debts to Security Finance.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you owe $500 for from Security Finance?
When I moved, I had to have money to move, to put deposits down.
Well, when did you move? 2021, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, you said this debt was incurred on 3/24 of 23.
It was a continual. I paid that off and then I had refinanced another amount.
And all of that debt was incurred after you vacated. What you're,
Yes, ma'am.
that's what you said in this. Ask about any personal credit cards or anything that you've got. You stated you had none.
Correct.
You don't have any credit cards, anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Ask where you were residing, and you're renting a place on Morgan Creek in Centerville,
Yes, ma'am.
and you said your son was living, and ask who was residing with you. Your daughter, your son, and your two grandchildren from your daughter.
Yes, ma'am.
So your son's living back with you now?
He was living in Clarksville.
I mean, I didn't ask why, what, is your son?
Yes.
In 2023,
Yes,
when you
ma'am.
asked these questions, your son was living with you.
Yes, ma'am.
When did, and you're saying he only lived with you and Mr. Hill only 2 months? When
If-
did he move back in with you?
When we vacated Skyline Drive.
So he's been living with you since 2021.
No, he moved out at some point when we were living in Morgan's Creek. He hasn't lived with me the whole time.
Has he so you're providing room and board for your 2 adult children and 2 of your grandkids now,
Yes, ma'am.
and not contributed anything to the house on Skyline, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
And again, you were asked, and again, this is kind of a unique question, you were asked if you've had any physical sexual contact, anything with anybody, and you said it's not applicable. Did you mean that, just answer no? Have you had sexual relations or intimate physical contact, including kissing? I'm not gonna go through the whole thing.
No,
And
ma'am.
you just said not applicable. That's just an unusual answer. It's
I-
either yes or no.
No.
You talked about you got a 2014 Chevy Impala, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was purchased during the marriage? You said,
Originally, no. It was bought in February
2024,
of
2014. Sorry.
2014, and we
By who?
married. It was,
I'm sorry.
Again, she's giving more information than I asked. It was purchased in 2014, correct?
correct.
Before or during your marriage?
It was before the
And
marriage.
it was purchased by Mr. Hill before the marriage?
He financed it. I paid for it. I did not have the credit.
Ma'am, I haven't asked who's paid for it. If you'll just answer my questions, we
Okay.
can get through this. Mr. Hill bought the Impala before you were married. It's in his name and it was financed solely in his name because you had terrible credit.
Yes, ma'am.
But it was purchased for you
Yes, ma'am.
and you paid for it.
Yes,
But you
ma'am.
never paid any insurance on it, did you?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Oh, when did you make that payment?
I gave Mr. Hill the amount that his insurance went up.
When?
When the,
Every month,
yes, ma'am.
up and until right now,
No, ma'am,
up and until when it was wrecked. It's your testimony you gave
no,
him.
ma'am.
When did you quit paying it?
Probably when I don't remember what wreck he had, and his insurance went up so much. That's when he dropped the insurance off of my vehicle.
Well, you don't know that, do you?
Yes, ma'am, the insurance man told me that.
Well, so you knew it back at the time that you were driving without insurance?
No, ma'am,
I
not,
guess, ma'am, that's what you said. He dropped it at the time he had some wreck.
that's what the insurance man.
I hope your client listens to you about stopping talking when there's an objection. There's an objection on the floor that the question is argumentative. Restate your question.
You were, the car You said you gave him the money for the insurance. I asked when, and you said up and until sometime that he had a wreck, when he canceled, when his insurance went up. Is that your testimony so far?
Yes,
And you quit paying for your car's insurance after that point, correct?
yes.
And was that while y'all were still living together or after y'all had separated?
While we were still living together.
Okay? And then, and you're saying he canceled the insurance. That's not true, is it?
Yes, he canceled the insurance.
He changed the insurance, you had insurance on that car, didn't you?
No, ma'am.
You had liability, but you didn't have collision, correct?
I had no insurance whatsoever on that vehicle.
Well, when did you know you didn't have insurance on it?
When I called, when the deer ran into me, and they said, there's no insurance.
Well, you were driving a vehicle and you didn't buy, how long a period of time was from when you knew his insurance went up and you quit paying during the course of your marriage, before y'all separated, and you quit paying for it, from that point to the time that the deer hit you? How long a time period was that?
I don't remember.
1 month, 2 months, 6 weeks,
I
5
don't
years?
remember.
Well, you knew you quit paying for insurance coverage.
Yes, ma'am.
Then you thought it was just his responsibility to cover it?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
He told me he was taking over the insurance because he was changing the insurance and for me not to worry about it.
Oh, it didn't have anything to do with it going up. You just quit paying it.
Yes, that's why he was changing insurance, because it was going up.
Well, when did you ask for an insurance card?
He told me that it's always
Ask what
online.
he said, ma'am.
Please let her
Objection.
finish her answer, Ms. Roberts.
What, Your Honor, I would ask that she direct to be responsive. When
Yes,
did
you
you
need
ask
to
for an
answer the
insurance?
question, Ms. Hill, directly that you're asked. And then if you need to explain it further, you can do so. But first thing is answer the question that you're asked.
So the facts that have been established, ma'am, is that he told you were paying for your insurance. He told you the insurance was going up. Did you ever ask for a new insurance card?
No,
So you were driving a vehicle without an insurance card in your possession, is that correct?
he would send it.
Ma'am, were you driving the vehicle without a valid insurance card
No.
in your possession? So you had a card that showed he had current insurance? No,
I don't believe she's answered the question because I don't know what the answer is.
What was the question?
do you understand that you have to have proof of insurance when you
Yes.
operate a motor vehicle? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
When you had a wreck, when the deer hit you,
Yes, ma'am.
did you have proof of insurance on your person, on your phone? Did you have a valid insurance card? Yes or no? Yes or no?
No.
When was the last time you had a valid insurance card?
It was always on my phone. I would just punch it in and it would pull it up.
Well, you know, phones don't work that way, ma'am. You know that. You have to put information in.
Correct.
So when was the last time you had a valid insurance card, whether you took a snapshot of it and saved it on your phone, or whether you had it in your glove box or in above your visor? When was the last time that you had a valid insurance card?
I assumed I always had it, but
Okay, I didn't ask about assuming. When did you have a valid insurance card?
But she answered it,
She-
she assumed she had it.
I
But
did-
she has answered it 10 different ways, and I understand she's not saying that Ms. Roberts wants her to say, but she has answered it to the best of her ability.
Well, I'm not clear. Let me ask this, Ms. Hill. At some point, you realized you had insurance on your car.
yes,
All right. How did you know you had insurance on your car?
because he would always tell me that he
Right.
paid
When you're
me in.
pulled over by an officer for speeding or any other kind of traffic, do you understand you have to produce both the registration and your proof of insurance?
Yes,
And if you had been pulled over immediately before this accident with the deer, what would you have done when the officer said, "I'd like to see your proof of registration and insurance"?
what I have done is if I hadn't had it, I did it before. I called the insurance guy and he sent it to me through my phone because I had a woman ran into me, same vehicle, and I didn't have the
Were
card.
you, excuse me for interrupting, were you aware that the law required you to have proof of insurance on your vehicle, in your vehicle at all times?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying you didn't, but you were relying on being able to call your insurance agent.
The cards had expired.
The card had expired, okay.
Yes,
So you had a card, but it had expired.
yes, sir.
All right. I think that answers the question.
And again, ma'am, the reason I'm asking this question is you have alleged that he violated the restraining order and canceled your insurance after the time that this divorce was filed, and that's untrue, isn't it? This was all done while y'all were still living together, correct?
No, ma'am. I don't know. We weren't living together when the wreck happened.
Didn't ask about the wreck. I asked, you said that after he had a wreck, his insurance was going up and he was gonna change the insurance. Isn't that what you testified to?
Yes,
And then after that, you never bothered to get an insurance card, correct?
no, I did not.
You knew you weren't paying for insurance, that you had paid for time in memoriam since you had been driving that car,
Correct,
and you just quit paying for it.
correct.
And y'all were together, living together as husband and wife,
Yes,
and you never got the insurance card. So when you allege that he canceled the insurance and is responsible for the repairs, you didn't do your due diligence, did you, ma'am? In making sure that you were paying for insurance coverage. You were leaving that up to him. Is that right?
that's what he agreed to because the vehicle was in his name. And he put it under a cap, is what he said. He put the house vehicles under an umbrella. That was the word he used.
But you never got you never started paying for what you call your vehicle, did you?
I never started what?
You never paid for it, and you never stopped to get a card, did you?
I never got the card, no.
Never asked.
No, I did not.
I'm going forward.
Sustain the objection.
You're paying $1,200 in rent,
Yes.
and your daughter doesn't contribute, nor does your son.
My daughter pays for the insurance, for rental
I
insurance.
didn't ask, did you pay for the rent?
No, she don't pay for the rent. She
And neither
pays
does
other
Neither
things.
does your son.
Well, she needs to answer the question that's being asked rather than volunteer extraneous information, but
Your son,
please let her finish unless if she starts down a path that you're not asking, then you need to object to it instead of cutting her off. So.
you say that all the jewelry that he has given you is worth $5,000. And you say he's given it to you.
Yes,
But for no special occasions, he's just bought it and you've worn it.
yes,
Okay. There was a brace, and that was all bought during the marriage, $5,000 of jewelry.
all the
Correct.
jewelry, yes.
$1,200 bracelet.
I don't know the prices of
Well,
them,
no, you did. I'm looking at your discovery.
Oh,
You said it was
yes.
$1,200.
but
So you've got 16,000, excuse me, $6,200 of jewelry that was purchased during the marriage. Is that correct?
yes,
And that's in your possession, correct?
I've sold it all.
When you took everything that was yours, why didn't you take your father's flag?
Because I did not remember where I had put it up.
Well, where had you put it up?
Well, I believe it's in a closet in the first bedroom.
But you don't know. Been a lot of people living in that house.
That's where I put it. That's where I left it.
Where did all the guns and the knives and stuff go that you found in his room?
They were still there in his room.
You didn't take any of those?
No, ma'am.
And you don't know whether they were purchased during or before was his? He's always been a gun fanatic, correct?
He had a few guns in a cabinet.
You have an option do you have an option to participate in a 401K at Dixon Health and Rehab?
I believe they have that.
They do. You know that they do have one, and you just elect not to participate, correct?
Correct.
Because you're keeping your you don't have the money to put in, correct? Because you're spending all the money that you got to upkeep your lifestyle. Is that right, or you just make a conscious effort not to do it?
Just do not contribute to it.
But with the money that you got, do you have the ability to do it?
If I chose to.
If you chose to, but during the course of this separation in marriage, you haven't done that, correct?
No.
I believe that's all.
Ms. Duke?
Give me a minute, Ms. Duke.
Judge mentioned that he had not heard anything about the value of the house at the time of the marriage.
Correct.
But have you testified to that today? What did you say the amount was, please?
The value of the house today?
At
Let
the
me,
time
let
of
me
the
correct,
marriage?
let me interrupt you and correct this. Mr. Hill testified that the house was purchased, if I recall correctly, for $99,000, somewhere in the $90,000. And his opinion as to the value presently was $150,000. That's the only proof that I've heard so far.
I don't,
She did testify there was 105 in 2015 earlier.
Yeah.
So
Good.
I just wanted to clarify with the
That's
court.
fine. That's,
Right,
that's
and
why I
I-
mentioned what I was looking for.
he purchased the home back in the 90s, and Ms. Duke asked him, what do you think the value is? And he said 105.
105.
Yes, sir. No, he said,
No, the 105 was what she said.
I wrote down 150.
okay, I'm sorry, how much did he say it was worth? I'm sorry, she did say the 105, that he said it was worth at the time that they married, when they were driving around looking for property. I apologize, make sure that was.
All right. I just wanted to make sure that when I said that, partially out of frustration over that particular moment, I misspoke when I said there was no evidence about the valuations.
When Mr. Hill was fired from his job, did you lose your health insurance?
Yes.
Okay. And today, sitting here in court, how much medical debt have you incurred as a result of that?
Approximately, if not more, I'll say 80,000.
Okay. Now, Ms. Roberts made some big to-do over the issues with prostate and all that Mr. Hill allegedly has. Did Mr. Hill ever disclose anything about prostate issues in any of his discovery?
No.
even back to the date that the two of you were looking for a home, did Mr. Hill say that the home would get more than 150,000?
Objection to the leading.
What did
Sustained.
Mr. Hill tell you he thought you two could get out of that property if it sold when you were looking for a home in 2016 and 2017?
200,000?
Okay. And where is the property located?
It is located by the post office, where you can overlook the skyline of Dixon.
And how big is the property?
It's a 3-bedroom, full basement, bath and a bathroom, and then a closet that got a toilet put in.
Okay. And how big is the lot that the house is situated on?
I don't believe it's an acre.
And is it right there in town?
Yes.
Since 2017, have property values gone up or down?
Up.
When you testified to Ms. Roberts that you had not said that with regard to adultery, were you meaning in your pleadings or in your testimony? It's okay, it doesn't. Were you trying to deceive the court in any form or fashion about the adultery allegation?
No, ma'am.
Based on your observations at the home when you accessed his room, did you find out that more?
Objection to the leading.
What did you find?
Sustained, don't leave the witness.
What did you find in his room that you were surprised about?
All the guns, and it just looked like an arsenal.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did he have those when you got married?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, has he since purchased more?
I do not know when I was with him. I don't recall him ever purchasing any.
Would he have told you if he purchased them at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've seen his bank statements that show that he's made regular purchases and heard his testimony.
Yes.
Do you consider that to be marital property or not?
Was bought during the marriage.
And is there anything else you'd like to tell the court?
No,
Are you ready to be divorced?
absolutely.
Judge, that's all.
Follow up on insurance issues, Your Honor.
All right,
Ms. Duke just asked you that when he got fired from his job in the state of Tennessee, that you lost your insurance coverage.
Yes.
When y'all married, did he put you on his health insurance?
Yes.
Did you pay for it?
No.
So he was paying for that, correct?
Yes.
And he got fired, and he lost coverage, both of y'all did.
Yes.
But you were working for Dixon Health and Rehab.
Yes,
Dixon Health and Rehab offers insurance coverage, correct?
yes,
You have, and you went automatically and got insurance coverage, did you not?
yes, ma'am.
So why did you say you didn't have insurance? Ms. Duke asked you, because you lost your insurance, you had to incur medical expenses because of loss of insurance. That was untrue. You have coverage.
I have a health care plan
I mean,
now.
I pulled it up. You have the basic plan, according to the insurance information that you provided in Discovery, you have Mission Health Insurance and you elect to take the basic plan. And it's health insurance coverage.
Yes.
And you have a high
No,
deductible.
it's not health care.
It's, have you got your, did you bring your insurance card with you? You have an insurance card, don't you?
Yes,
And you have insurance coverage that covers basic, it's the lowest form.
yes, that's what I had.
And that's what you elected to get.
Yes, ma'am.
Dixon Health and Rehab has several different plans that they offer.
Correct.
And you could get health insurance coverage that covers a lot more than what it does, correct?
They have the health care plan, different stages of it.
And again, Mission Health Insurance, you have Mission Health Basic Plan. And uniquely enough, you signed up under the last name of Russell. Who is Janine Russell?
That is me,
Did you change your name when you got married?
not through the Social Security office.
So after your husband, who you knew had health issues at the time when he got fired, correct?
After my husband.
Yeah,
Oh,
you know
okay.
he's got diabetes.
Yeah,
You know he's got high blood pressure, correct?
yes,
And he had that at the time that he got fired, didn't he?
yes.
And he had no health insurance either, correct, did he?
When he got fired, I know he lost it.
Well, why didn't you put him on yours? You were his wife.
We weren't even together when he lost his job, when he got fired.
Well, but you were just saying that he owes $80,000 for your medical expenses because he wasn't providing health insurance for you.
I didn't say that.
Hold on.
Again, let me rephrase the question. Ms. Duke asked you that as a result of him getting fired and you losing your health insurance, he's caused you to incur $80,000 of medical expenses. Isn't that what the testimony was?
Turn your microphone on.
Objection, Judge, that's a misstatement.
Well, my understanding is that she said, and I wrote it down, that there was $80,000 of medical debt that was owing as a result of her having lost her insurance coverage. So,
That was more artfully, the judge, as usual, put it more artfully than I can. That's untrue.
The 80,000 was all from last year and the previous year when I had to go to the health care plan. I did not have his insurance. It wasn't caused by that I didn't have his insurance.
but those are medical bills for your treatment.
Those are medical bills for my treatment of being in the hospital the last year and the prior year before that.
All right.
Had nothing to do because y'all were separated when he lost his job. But you said, oh, he lost his job, we weren't even living together. He lost his job in 2020. Didn't he?
I do not know.
Did you ever give him health insurance while y'all were living together?
No, ma'am,
Why not?
because we were covered under his health insurance.
Well, but you knew he got fired. So why didn't you provide for your husband's necessities, ma'am?
Because we didn't even speak.
So y'all, when he lost his job, y'all weren't even speaking, you were just living in the same household.
Correct. I just accidentally found out, no, we weren't living together. I accidentally found out that he was fired.
That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Ms. Duke, you may call your next witness. All right, plaintiff has rested their proof. Ms. Roberts, you have proof you wish to offer between now and 5 o'clock? The other option is we resume tomorrow morning for whatever other proof we have.
Well, I would prefer to do that, Your Honor, so we can, instead of me starting and stopping and then having to go again, or even if I finish and then Ms. Duke has overnight for cross-examination.
Judge, I probably won't have anything else. I think I'm done. And I think we could probably finish this up real quick. I will say tomorrow, I've had a toothache for about a week. I'm supposed to have stuff done tomorrow.
All right. Let's try to finish this what you can then.
All right. If I could have just a minute, I want to speak. Could we step out, because you know I can't listen.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm going to step off then if you're going to step outside, so. We'll stand in the short recess.
All rise. Court's now in recess.
Everything down. It's sitting in front of you, and I've handed a copy to the clerk. Did you assist me in filling out an income and expense statement? What income do you have?
What income do I have?
Yeah.
I have my social security,
Which is how much?
$1,730 a month.
And you have a retirement through the state of Tennessee, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've provided me the income that you have about $2,500 a month income. Is that correct?
No, it's more,
It's more.
$1,730 a month plus $1,402 a month.
Okay. So we had, again, when we had prepared this, with those two numbers together, 1,700 and 1,400. That's what you're saying is your income. Those are the two sources of income you have. Is there
Yes,
any
ma'am.
other source of income?
No, ma'am.
You have a mortgage on your home, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So let me make sure I'm
That's-
understanding, because those figures are different than what,
It is, that's,
1,700 and 1,500?
so you have about 3,100 gross. Is that correct?
All right, thank you.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. And so from that, you have a mortgage payment.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you have testified about testified about the value of the house. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you increased the debt on the house during your marriage?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how much? You said you,
Around 50,000.
okay. And you're around 50,000.
50,000.
And so you are now paying that through the mortgage.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, we've gone through it again, I will admit, ad nauseum stated that she's not contributed to that payment.
Correct.
Have y'all done any major improvements on the home,
No, ma'am.
other than market? And again, she talked about you being a hoarder and a slob. And if you are a hoarder and a slob, do you believe that people who hoard things and are slobs and don't keep a good house affect the value of your home? Not suggesting.
Sustained.
If what she says to you, do you think that would negatively or positively impact the value of the home?
It would negatively impact the home if it was filthy.
Okay. Now, you are paying the utilities and other things there at the home, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you pay your own food and clothing and the medicine, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, do you believe she's entitled to any equity out of your home?
No.
The vehicle that she has is hers, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is she contributed any way to insurance on that?
No, ma'am.
Do you have the title?
No, I don't.
Why, she said she's asked you the title and you haven't given it to her. Has she asked for the title?
Not that I'm, well, I contacted the bank. The bank said the title was mailed to the house.
Not offered for the truth of the matter asserted,
So what is the purpose of,
whether he has it.
all right,
I have a
Overrule as to
duplicate
the-
title.
Do you? Okay. Again, Mr. Hill, listen to what I'm saying.
Yes, ma'am.
I ask you, do you have the title to that vehicle?
I have a title to the vehicle,
Okay.
yes.
You understand that she's paid for that vehicle, and that's the 2014 Chevy Impala?
Yes,
You have it and you're ready to turn that over to her, correct?
yes,
You didn't have the original title,
no,
but you do have a duplicate title.
yes, ma'am.
Why did you get a duplicate title?
Because the original title came up missing.
Was it located at the home?
No, ma'am.
Where was it? No. To your knowledge, was that where it was mailed to?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you find it when you got possession back of the home?
I could not find it anywhere.
You heard her say that her father's flag is in a closet somewhere. Have you looked in that closet?
I didn't know where to look.
Okay, so if you find that flag, do you have a problem returning it?
Not at all.
Have you done anything with that flag?
No,
So if it's where she thinks she left it, or if it's somewhere else in the house, and you come across it, you agree that it should be restored to her?
yes, definitely.
Has she taken items of marital property?
Yes.
What are those items that she's taken?
My Jimmy Johnson, Monte Carlo, die-cast car.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So what is
A
it? that-
die-cast car.
I had a die-cast replica car of Jimmy Johnson, number 48, stock car. It was the Monte Carlo.
And that was purchased during the marriage, or was it years before?
I believe it was mine before.
Okay, so she took that,
Yes, ma'am.
and did she
It's
take?
missing.
It's missing, okay. Did she take anything else out of the house that was purchased during the marriage?
That was purchased during the marriage.
During the marriage.
All of the diamond jewelry.
Now, did you gift that to her?
No, I didn't.
Now, again, it was purchased during the marriage, and
Yes.
it was women's jewelry.
Yes,
And again, she was gonna be the one that wears it,
yes.
but it was purchased during the marriage. Now, was any of it purchased for birthdays, Valentine's, anniversaries, things like that?
Maybe a few of the pieces. I know her wedding ring. I got that in Fort Collins.
But that was a gift to her for your marriage.
That was a gift. Her wedding ring was a gift.
And that, you're not asking for that, you're asking for credit for the other jewelry. How much do you, she said, and she testified that she has $5,000 worth of jewelry and a $1,200 bracelet.
It was a little bit more than that.
Okay, but do you, again, nobody's an expert, but $5,000 and $1,200, do you think $6,200 of jewelry that she's gotten during the marriage is a fair assessment of the value?
No,
How much do you think is a fair assessment?
close to $15,000-$20,000.
But is that what you paid for it?
That's what I paid for it.
Okay,
Yes,
but again,
ma'am.
what you paid for it is not necessarily what the value is.
Exactly.
Because you're getting jewelry at Costco and Sam's.
Sam's, Costco, Kohl's,
Okay,
Sanborn's.
Okay. Those are not noted jewelers, you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you've got the Husqvarna mower,
Yes, sir.
and that was, who paid for that?
I did.
Okay. Y'all didn't commingle your assets, did you?
No, ma'am.
Was it purchased during the marriage?
Yes, ma'am.
During the marriage, were you getting other funds other than your earnings?
No, ma'am.
You didn't get any money from your annuity that was yours
Well,
before the
yeah,
marriage?
the annuity,
Okay,
you know,
let's listen to
yes.
what I'm asking you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any other income other than your earnings during your marriage?
Yes, ma'am. I had $850 with an annuity from General Electric
Monthly?
monthly.
And again, how much do you think the mower right now is worth?
I'd say probably around $1,500.
$1,500. You said, was there a washer and dryer purchased during the marriage?
Right before the marriage.
Right before the marriage. And was that, when you went back into the house, were those still there and working?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so the items that were purchased during the marriage have no value. Are they even, are they gone?
The LG washing machine was broken when I came back into the home. The dryer is still there and does work.
Okay, so the washer was disposed of,
Yes, the washer's gone.
okay? But the dryer's there. How much do you think the dryer is?
Used dryer, $250 maybe,
50
Mo-
bucks? Okay.
50 to 100.
Was there?
I'm sorry, how
was it
much?
$50.
50 to $100 used.
Is it a gas?
It's electric.
It's electric. Bose surround sound speakers, did y'all purchase that during the marriage?
There was one set, yes.
And and is that still there?
Yes, ma'am.
And how much do you think that's worth?
Maybe $800.
800?
Yes,
Okay. Was there an HP laptop and an Apple iPad purchased during the marriage?
yes.
Who has those?
I have an Apple iPad. There was, and she's got most of the other laptops.
Okay, how much are they, do you think those balance out? As far as value, what she's got's equal to what you've got?
I'd say each laptop was probably worth anywhere between, I'm going to say about $400 a piece, and I know that there was 3 of them that were.
But when were these laptops purchased?
Oh gosh, they were purchased during the marriage. I think they were done.
Do you understand that a laptop purchased anything other than last week is usually out of date?
Yeah, I know.
Do you know what level iPad you have?
I have a iPad Air 2, I believe.
Okay. And how long have you had that iPad?
Quite a while.
Okay. Think it has any significant value? Or do you think it's equal to the older laptops that you've got and you got an older iPad? Correct.
What you just said, yes.
Was there a fireplace television stand purchased during the marriage?
There was a, oh gosh, what was it? Electric logs.
A what?
Electric logs was purchased. Yeah, it was kind of,
Do you have a fireplace in your home?
no ma'am.
Okay. So again, this was in like a television stand. You can put a TV on top of it. It was like a armoire or something where you could put gas logs in it. I mean, where'd you bought gas logs, what'd you do, put them in the middle of the floor?
No ma'am, they were not gas logs, they were electric. It's kind of
Electric
like
logs.
an electric furnace type
Yeah,
thing.
it's just a little thing you plug into the wall. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay, that was purchased during the marriage, correct?
yes ma'am.
How long ago did y'all purchase it?
Probably 5 or 6 years ago,
How much you think it's worth right now?
$50.
50 bucks. And then the above ground pool.
The above ground pool, how
You
much
heard
is
her
it?
testimony say that y'all both paid for it.
Okay,
Was that true?
no,
Okay. At any rate, purchased during the marriage, how much is that above ground pool worth right now?
I'd say probably no more than maybe $500
Okay.
tops.
So you've got a $1,500 riding mower, $50 to $100 on the washer, an $800 Bose surround sound, and you said a $500 above ground pool.
Yes,
And she has $5,000 or $6,200 worth of jewelry, correct?
yes,
You're not making a claim for anything that she's purchased since y'all separated, are you?
no,
Do you think it's appropriate for her to make any claim on anything you've purchased since y'all's separation?
no, I don't.
Okay. That's all. Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Duke, you may cross-examine him on these issues.
Purchased guns during the marriage though, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And those she didn't necessarily know about, but you purchased some, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And those guns that you purchased before you separated from her, how much are those worth?
there were 2 firearms purchased that she knew about. One of them was a 22 Magnum 5-shot Derringer. The other was a 380 semi-automatic pistol.
And how much did you pay for both of those?
I paid $300 for the, let's see, the 22 Magnum. And I'm going to say right at about 350, 400, give or take, for the 380.
And they're worth more than that now, correct?
I don't know. They'd have to be appraised.
And you've got vehicles also, is that correct?
One that's runs.
Okay. Well, the others are worth something, you just don't necessarily know what they are, is that correct? Otherwise, you wouldn't have held on to them?
Well, according to, I'd say they're probably worth junk $500 a piece.
Okay. And there's 6 of those, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay, tell me how many there are.
There's 3 of them that are junk. Wait a second. Let me think. There's 2 Chevy Avalanches, 1 Chevrolet Impala, and an S10.
Okay, so 4 at about $500 a piece, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and the. Judge, if I may have one moment, I've got
Okay.
one more item. The ammo, sir, that you've got at your house, how much of ammo do you have that you've acquired since you're married?
How much ammunition do I have?
Yes, what's the value, sir?
That's hard to say. I'd say probably around, $2,500 to $5,000, give or take.
Sir, you got an 82-inch TV also, is that correct?
No, ma'am. I have a 75-inch TV that's in a box downstairs. I had a 61-inch television prior to the marriage. It's 5 years old. I'd say, give or take, maybe $1,000. The right person.
Do you know whether it's even adaptable?
No, I don't.
The ammunition that you were, if the court doesn't mind, so I don't have to walk back up there, is that okay? The ammunition, is that stuff you bought since the separation?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all, thank you, sir.
This TV, I'm curious, what brand is it? You said it's still in a box.
The 75-inch, sir?
Well, that's a size. What's the brand?
Yeah, that's when I was at, yeah, it's a Samsung, I believe.
All right, Samsung 75-inch. When did you buy it?
Oh, gosh, it was probably about 5 or 6 years ago.
Well, it's about $1,000 of value right now.
I would,
What are you doing with it? Why is it still in the box?
well, I haven't had an opportunity to actually put it upstairs to watch it just yet.
Is that your intention?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I can tell you, a couple-year-old Samsung 75-inch TV is certainly watchable. I've got a bunch of them in my house. So not that big, but I've got Samsung is the brand that I tend to have. Step down. You have anything else? You can step down, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
No, sir, that's our proof.
Any rebuttal proof, Mr. Duke?
No, Your Honor.
You wish to be heard in argument?
Ms. Roberts and I think are both going to waive due to the late hour. Ask her permission.
I'm sorry, what?
I asked her permission before I said that.
Unless you want us to tell our side, but
Well, let me deal with the simple things first. Both sides have sought a divorce, and I do find that the divorce itself should be awarded to Mrs. Hill solely because of the fact that she is sued on the grounds of inappropriate marital conduct, and clearly there's an old saying, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, and so forth, that it is a duck. And his relationship with Ms. Walker, Ms. Keel, is clearly a situation where the court can certainly find that there is circumstantial evidence that there is more than just a friend relationship in any event. Partially, and I find that only because his having purchased a phone and letting her use it and them living together, I'm not saying it's a sexual relationship, but I'm saying it may be an inappropriate relationship, and that marital inappropriate grounds of inappropriate marital conduct is the grounds upon which I award her a divorce. Primarily because awarding a divorce is just that. She gets the divorce, you're both now divorced. That does not allow me to award anything more or less to one of the two of you. There was a claim in the complaint for alimony. I do not find this to be a proper alimony case, for one thing. The two primary facts that I am required to find in any alimony request, and there wasn't really a lot of argument made about that or proof put on about it, but it is a demonstrated need and an ability to pay. I don't believe that under these facts and circumstances where Mrs. Hill's income exceeds that of Mr. Hill's income, that it has demonstrated a need for her to receive alimony from him, and I certainly do not find that it demonstrates that he has the ability to pay an alimony payment. So those two having been dealt with, I will now deal with the personal property. Personal property issues are going to be that essentially each of them is awarded the personal property in their possession. He is awarded the Husqvarna riding mower and the guns in his possession, although there's really not been a lot of proof about the value of the guns. I happen to know a little bit about guns. I've had them since I was 16 years old, but the fact of the matter is guns are expensive. You don't think a gun's expensive, go to an auction where they're selling guns and you'll find out how expensive a gun can be. But in any event, I don't have a complete list of those guns that would be marital property, nor do I have a valuation of those. I cannot therefore make a determination as to how that should be divided. So as a result, I'm simply awarding him the guns. There is an estimation of about $2,500 to $5,000 in ammo. Based on my examination of those records, it does appear to me that it's more likely to be $5,000. So in his column, he's getting the $1,500 Husqvarna mower. He's getting the LG washing machine, which has a value of, the dryer, which has a $50 value. He's getting an $800. Did I understand correctly that he valued his Bose surround system at $800? Did you use that lately? Anyway, I'm using his values, $800. I found that the Apple iPad is offset by the value of the laptops that she has. There's a $50 value for the electric log fireplace and a $500 value for the above ground pool, all of which I'm finding are marital property. In addition to that, I'm assessing the value of the $5,000 that he estimated on the ammo, possibly and partially because I don't really have a good value for the guns, but I think those offset in $1,000 for the 75-inch TV in the stand. Against, and I have not added that up. I have not done, his vehicle, the vehicles that he had, the junk vehicles, if I recall correctly, there were four of them at $500 a piece, so that would be an additional $2,000 in his column. I'm not assessing necessarily the guns that he listed, the two guns. One of them was, I didn't write down the values, but they were, I think, bought during the marriage, if I recall correctly. And then on her side of this equation, I found that the value of the jewelry that was bought was more akin to the value that he assessed. and that he assessed it at $15,000 to $20,000. So therefore, I'm setting it at $17,500 for the value of all of the diamonds and jewelry that he had given to her. I don't recall, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that there was a value for this 2014 Chevrolet Impala. Cannot be much, but anyway, she's awarded that Impala, and the title will be turned over to her immediately, and she will be awarded all items of personal property, household goods, furniture, and furnishings that she has acquired after the separation, but during the marriage. Now, I'm finding that and you can double check my math since it was very quick, that the amount that of personal property he is being awarded under those quick configuration is $10,900. That the amount that I've assessed to her on the jewelry and the car would exceed that, but in my opinion, that would be an equitable division of the marital property. As to the real property, the court has the authority under the Tennessee Code annotated 36-4-124 to make a division of marital property. I've made that division of marital property under the circumstances, personal property. But marital property also includes any separately owned property that would be an increase in value of separately owned property. And under those circumstances, the court has to find that there has been proven to be an increase in value and that there was a contribution made by the other spouse that directly contributed to the increase in value. In this situation, as I said earlier, there's very little evidence. The ideal situation would be that you have some sort of proof of the actual proof rather than just opinion value of the parties of the value of the property at the time of the marriage in 2014, and then you would have an appraisal that would be a professional opinion as to the value of the property now. There have been a lot of figures that were bandied about, and unfortunately, those figures are just that. They were just figures that have been bandied about. There was a figure of $150,000 that he estimated that it was worth. So I'm going to accept that $150,000 as being the value of the property now. Then I move to the question about whether or not there was a substantial increase in the value of that property directly from the contributions of Mrs. Hill. And of course, the statute does allow me to find that her contributions as a homemaker and fulfilling her role as a spouse and so forth would have contributed to the increase in value, and that would be a sufficient basis for that. Unfortunately, in this case, the parties have both testified that they essentially lived separate lives. She worked and earned and spent her money on things that were important to her. He worked until he was fired, and then he had his annuity that he received from a personal injury. And in addition to that, there was proof that he more or less made all of the mortgage payments even after their separation. He made all of the mortgage payments while she and her children, for whatever extent they lived in the house, that they had the right to live in the house, or they didn't have the right, but they had permission by her to live in the house. And as a result of that, she was able to live in the house even after the separation. It's his separate property, and she lived there with her children while they were separated until such time as he moved out. He paid all the mortgage payments and took care of that. Based upon those facts and the lack of proof that I find that there is any evidence to substantiate an actual contribution in a dollar amount that she would have made, I do not find a proof to justify awarding her any interest in this marital real property. And as a result of that, he has awarded the real property free and clear of any claims that she may have. Each of these parties will pay their own attorney's fee. There will be, the court costs will be divided 1/2 to each party, and that is that's the judgment of the court. Is there anything that I did not address? Pardon? Oh.
And again, just putting in it, if he finds her father's flag.
I'm sorry, what?
Her father's flag, if he finds it.
He gets, yeah, if he finds her father's flag, then he gets it. If there was a retirement account that was incurred during the marriage, to the extent that he had a retirement account that was contributed to during the marriage, then that would have to be by law divided equally for that portion that occurred during the marriage by qualified domestic relations order. Pardon? I will give her name back.
Your Honor, and given the scenario of again, the retirement account, the reason we put in his income and expense statement was he is living on that retirement account. My calculation is she would be entitled to 3.8%. He worked for 27 years for the state of Tennessee, and of that, they were only married together for the period of time, again, as we count from 10 years of that.
Well, there's been no proof about her having a retirement from the state of Tennessee when she worked there, as was my understanding was she worked at the state of Tennessee as well, but apparently that predated the marriage.
But she elected not to participate in the retirement account that she had, and instead she used her money, which is a greater income, for her thing. So that, I understand what Your Honor has ruled. It's just what I was getting to is the value you've ruled. I'm not questioning that, but given the fact that he has that, she makes a significantly higher income. We're asking that she be required to pay the cost of the qualified domestic relations order.
It's her benefit to it, so
I
she'll
just
pay
didn't
for
want it
it.
split. I just wanted it in the order that since she has a higher income, she has to pay for the preparation of the QDRO.
All right. That's the judgment of the court.
It's undisputed during that time that he was current on his support. So the or support component of that ground, they fail. With regard to the willful failure to visit, the proof before the court is that he had consistently visited with this child during Christmas vacations and on Christmas Day, I believe, was the specific testimony, prior to 2017. And that during that visit, he was so sick that he couldn't hardly get out of the bed even to go home to Virginia at the end of his time here in Tennessee. The mother testified that if he had been well and had asked her, he would have been allowed to see the child. That's not a willful failure to have visited for Christmas. That's a physical inability to do so.